Go, 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 go. Hi, wake up. Go morning, go afternoon, and go evening. Thank you so much for joining me today on another Tipanya stream on a Wednesday, my Cubs brothers. I feel like I've already had such a full day, but it's already only just 1 p.m. Hello. As some of you Cubs know, I went to the dentist today. Let's not talk about that, okay? Just let's not talk about it, okay? Alright, okay. I got my gums poked out and all that good stuff, so, and they're like, can you come back December? We can't do a cleaning right now because we're actually behind. I'm like, what? Brother, what? So I have to go back next month, so yay. I hope you guys are having a super duper good day. I got to try out a new little sushi place that was next to the clinic because I was like, well, I could go home and make eggs and bread, or because I'm already out, I get to try a little fun, you know, restaurant and see if they have a nice lunch special. But I was gypped. On the website it said $11 for the lunch special, so notice my surprise when I went in person and it was like, oh, $16. But you know, that's American price sushi. It's for 2 rolls and a salad, I guess. Sure. It was actually really tasty. I would go back again, even though I was a little shocked. I'm like, you know what I could do with the $5 difference? I don't know. A lot? I don't a lot, okay? That's okay. Daijou booty. But yeah, I hope you Cubs are having a really good one today. It's actually been like a small change of plans because if my memory serves right, and I had talked about this briefly on another stream, I think I read out the notes for this, you know? And as much as I'm not enthusiastic about reading this, and I don't want to start off the stream like that, like, boo, Tippa's not even enthusiastic, where's her energy, ah! But like, it did help me active recall. Now, I'm not really afraid, quotation marks, of failing the exam today or tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, I'm afraid. I'm always scared. I have anxiety. But I feel like even if I didn't do the stream, I feel like I would pass today, you know? So I'm just gonna kind of double it down because remember, the more I do better, the more I do, that's just believe my English for a moment. The better I do on each exam, especially because this is going to be the second exam for both my admin class and my pediatrics one being tomorrow, then the more I can slack off, you know, at the end of the semester. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get started in just a little bit. Let me say my highs and my hellos. We have about, let's see, let me move OBS, sorry OBS. We have about 49 pages together, so look forward to it, smiley face emoji. So please bear with me. As the title also indicates, I don't really know what I'm going to be saying when I read these notes, but if I read it and I can reformat it in IRL time to be like, okay, what is its purpose, the primary objectives, if I basically do my notes live along with sides, you Cubs, I feel like I have a little bit of hope, you know what I mean? Just a little bit. And then you can see how I do my notes, so that'll be really fun and exciting. It'll be like, wow, Tippa, you're so cool. Because literally what I have been doing for the past few pomodoros is just throwing the information there, accumulations of between lecture notes and their screenshots, the screenshots from the study guide that she had provided us, and also some of my classmates notes, sorry, possessive. So I'm just like, a lot of it's kind of wacky formatting wise. Tomorrow will be better. Today's just a conglomerate, an amalgamation of notes. So excuse the quality, but it is what it is, and it's the content I need to know for about 9 units 5 through 9, as you see here. And we're gonna go over all that, and I'll again talk about it after I say my hellos. But I was just like, oh wait, on this one other tangent, let me just explain this. Anyway, hi, welcome! Let's go! We're going! Oh boy, we're going. I can't wait to get like one exam out of the way. Please! Please! Hi, go! Thank you so much for playing Overwatch Classic with me. Would love to be playing Overwatch right now. I actually don't really have an estimate. Oops. Excuse me, actually. I actually don't have an estimate of how long today's stream is going to be. Does that sound wacky? Let me actually look up something. I know it's going to sound crazy. I'm like, can I go to the gym today? Because I didn't go Oh, I guess I can, technically. Oh. Huh. Sorry, let me check one other thing really quick. The reason why I say that is because I'm like, well, if I end before 5... No, if I end before 6, I could take a 6 o'clock class and then speedrun back over here and take the exam at 7. But I don't know how picky she is. Let me see. Oh, I forgot I have to download my exam. This is so stupid. Hold on. Sorry, Cubs, give me one moment. These actions have meaning, and there's a reason why I must have done this. I forget, so I don't use Lockdown Browser. I use some other testing application that basically you have to download your exam, and it's supposed to be really super duper handy because excuse me, one moment. It's supposed to be super duper handy because let's say your power goes out or you lose internet connection for whatever reason, because the test is offline, you don't lose any progress, it saves and so let me go ahead and download that really quick, and I can multitask doing this, so it's okay, right? Yeah. But I say all that just to be like, Overwatch. I don't think you can do it today. And if I can, I rather choose to work out, not because don't want to be a gamer, it's just because I feel bad for not working on Monday. Woohoo, woohoo. And then tomorrow's class that I like to go to, I can't go because I have work. Woohoo. So yeah, gotta do what I gotta do. Anyway, thank you for how do you call it, cooperating with me and seeing my cursor go around like this. Gomenasawi. Anyway, let me go back to where we need to be. Hold on. There we go. Teehee. Anyway, hi Rantaya, welcome. Hi Spotaya, welcome. I know, exam, big monka ass, but it's okay. Once I get this one out of the way, tomorrow will be not any easier, but Friday, I won't have to worry about any exams for at least another 5 weeks. So next week can be a little bit better at that. But yeah, good afternoon, yeah. Spud says, did the pin message actually finish for anyone, or is it just use half a sentence? What? I mean, it works for me, but maybe I'm being biased as the streamer. If you open it up completely and you use your scroll wheel, you're able to see all of it. Does it cut off at allowing me to go through the blank? Yeah, basically it's just the pin message CLDR is just basically saying the reason why I do these streams. I think active recall is really cool and whatnot, and that's something we'll implement throughout the test, but it's the idea of like, hey, I kind of vaguely remember talking about this, and then I'll remember on the exam, and then I get like a B or something. And then we'll move on with our merry way. Teehee, ha 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 ha. But yeah, just let me know. Luna says Oshinoko ends today, but the study never ends. I'm actually really sad about Oshinoko. I can't actually talk to you Cubs about it because I don't want anyone to be spoiled and whatnot. But the ending right now is kind of like, sure, you know. I heard there's gonna be like an extra bonus. That's what they keep teasing with, like the colored whatever, and it's officially gonna end, I think, in a month from now. But it's supposed to be like a special addendum, I guess, to the ending. So we'll see how that goes and how that changes my opinion. I don't really want to talk about it because even the anime and the manga are just so far apart from each other, you know? But yeah. Sushi! Yeah, today I ate a spicy tuna roll and a chicken katsu roll. I swear I said chicken katsu roll to a lady and she corrected me and I said, what? Maybe it was chicken tempura. One of those! Teehee. Not a fake weeb by any means, but I was just like, oh, never mind, yeah. Like, I think it'd be tasty. And it was really tasty. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. The place on the outside looked very, like, homely? Maybe might be a better word to describe it. I did not have any strong impressions at the beginning. But when I went inside, I'm like, wow, this is a whole vibe. What the heck? This is like very aesthetically pleasing. Oh, I see. It was very cute. I'd like to go back again and actually sit in. I decided not to sit in, not because I'm afraid of eating at restaurants alone. I've been there, done that, especially in Yeehaw Land. I was like, whatever. But I was like, I streamed the day. I just need this to go. But it looks like if you sit in, they play like a little game with you where you could get free food. I could have saved myself $16. But it's okay. It's whatever. So hey, thank you so much for the 3 stream streaks, Scammer. Welcome on in and thank you for politely lurking, you know? The scroll wheel does fix it. Let's go! I know it's really bad that there isn't like a actual scrolling. I'm so sorry, gamers. Maybe I'll make a much shorter pin post for next time. Teehee. The study command wasn't really supposed to be for a pin post. It was just more like if anyone's like, what are you doing? I could just hit them with the exclamation mark study. Ba-bang. What if you have a mouse without a scroll wheel? You can use the arrow keys. Teehee. Stare at it intently? No, brother. You just use your mind powers, you know? Huh? Hold up. Politely, what are you studying? You're speaking my business language? HR and payroll professional? Brother, this is like bare minimum healthcare management. Nice. It is probably up your alley, but how they explain this information, you're probably also going to politely... I don't know. I have such mixed emotions about this. Again, I have nothing against HR, payroll, management, whatever. I just think this course is wacky, so I would love to hear your opinions afterwards. Also, gamers, let me pick different music. I picked the song because I was like, oh, this seems really cool. But it's too eepy. Let's see, what's this? Sure. Alright. You know I love my bossa nova. Anyway, let's get started. So Caps, we have about 49 pages. 49 pages of notes, and again, all today is going to be focused around the idea of administrative stuff, especially more focused towards the healthcare career. As you see in these beautiful color-coded units, we have 5 units to go through. So this is my second exam out of 3. The second exam consists of Unit 5, which is going to be talking about managing cost and revenue. Unit 6 is going to be strategic planning principles. Unit 7 is about communication and teamwork. Smiley face emoji. Unit 8 is about quality. And Unit 9 is about human resources. Again, all these are going to be kind of jumbled up note-wise, and again, you might just see me reformat it for my own brain and my own happiness, so even if it looks like I'm typing out everything again, just smile and nod and bear with me. That's legally what you're obligated to do today, so teehee, let's get to it. So let's move on to our first unit, Unit 5, about managing costs and revenue. So we need to understand I'm just going to highlight all this. We need to understand the importance, the purpose, and the primary objective. So what we can do here is that we could create a little table. Smile and nod, boys, smile and nod. And we'll go ahead and just do this. So what is the importance, what is the purpose, and what is the primary objectives, all for this financial care stuff. I'm gonna copy and paste this and put this under here and hope it fits. It kind of fits. Oh, all right. So the importance, and it's already. You know, sometimes I like to be like very picky, and I'm just like, blah 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 blah. Financial management and health care organizations. So why is this important? So it looks like it's important because, and I'm gonna write this out, but then I'm gonna rewrite it, or I'm gonna write it in a short term. But the importance of it seems like it's a process of providing oversight for healthcare organizations day-to-day and long-term financial operations. So what does this mean as I just politely break this page and probably crop this out a little bit? Well, it's important because no money equals no business. I'll just do exclamation marks. It's really important to understand where your money is going in and out, and that's like Tippa. That's like baby having $1 101, like baby's first dollar. I know, just bear with me. But having financial management is important because you need to keep your operation going. And the purpose of this, and we're gonna bold and highlight and do whatever else, is because we want the long-range financial direction for both internal and external. So internal, oh god, we talked about this like one exam ago. Internal being like, again, your employees and blah 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 blah, and the external is more like your patient satisfaction and seeing if they have, like, if they're getting the quality of care that they want, you know. Our primary objectives we're actually going to talk about in just a moment, but yeah, we want to go ahead and manage for long term, and we also want to, at the end of the day, increase, oops, I can't spell today. Increase. I think it's because I'm streaming my notes. I'm like, oh, and it's like right in front of me. I'm reading this too. This is so sad. Increasing revenue and decreasing its cost. Smiley face emoji. So we just want to provide oversight for day-to-day and long-term financial operations. I'm sure this doesn't have to be that, but you know, whatever. I wish I could add more color. The reason why this is all grayed out, by the way, is because when she provided the study guide, she actually did color code the unit like this. So I'm like, okay, grays, unit 5. So having that correlation. Primary objectives, we're going to go look in a little bit, okay? So we actually, there's 2 for some reason. So I'm going to go ahead and insert a table again and put these 2 in here. But the objectives of financial management, one of them being is that we generate, set, facilitate, record and analyze, and prepare an audit and disseminate. So when generating, we just want to generate a reasonable net income. You know, money coming in is pretty nice. We need to set our prices for services, so we can't just make up numbers. We need to see what's in comparison to the market, what are people willing to pay, etc., etc., etc. We're going to go ahead and facilitate, so we're going to make sure we're building those connections and relationships, especially managing contracts with third-party payers, so getting insurance involved, getting the Medicare and private insurance to be like, hey, bring your business over here, tee hee ha ha ho ho. Our second and last one is to record and analyze. So we want to record and analyze cost information because it's very important to know where our money's coming out from. And to prepare, audit, and disseminate, we really just want to prepare, audit, and spread out the organization's financial report to let other investors who are interested in our organization to be like, look, we're doing good, or hey, look, we're not doing that great, or hey, we're doing good for the situation, smiley face emoji. So that's one of them. Audit is forever. This is the longest step in this 5-step process. 5B, audit. I'm sorry, gamer. Another financial objective that we have in this beautiful, colorful graph is that we have invest, ensure, respond, and control. So I'm gonna, oops, I don't want to do that. Alright, so we want to invest in long-term capital assets, so things that are going to keep us going. We don't want like very temporary things. We want to go ahead to ensure that the payroll is covered and that the suppliers are paid. People like getting paid. Respond, so we want to respond to any of the government regulators, external auditors who are like, this is wrong, accrediting agents and quality consultants. We just want to make sure we're on top of it and that we're not getting in trouble with any additional parties. And then control, we want to control the financial risk of the organization. If there's something that needs to be addressed, let's address it now so we can control the situation before it kind of spirals out of control. Ta-da! So these are the primary objectives. Yay! I'm gonna take a sip of water. One moment. Alright. So next part is to analyze the significant characteristics and types of budgets utilized by healthcare managers. So, sorry, this is so formatted so weird. Cry, sobs, tears. Cry, sobs, tears again. Cry, sobs, tears again, part 2. Wait, how was it organized? Sorry. So analyze the significant characteristics and type of budget. So really the only budget that it looked like she wanted us to know was the... Huh? wait, maybe I won't ruin the format. Let's talk about it. Let's just rewrite the slide. How about that? Characteristics and type of budgets. Oh, I see it right here. I don't know why the typing is like messing me up. I apologize. So managing budgets. If budget is the plan for turning the objectives of the organization to a program for earning revenue and controlling expenditures, and this is going to involve all types of managers in the organization to make sure that we are setting a budget and that we are within the budget to ensure this quality of care. So the major type of budgets we have is operating budget or cash budget or capital budget. So let's go ahead and we're going to politely borrow this again. Excuse me. Excuse me. Managing budgets. Hi gamer, welcome on in, welcome. Thank you so much for the posture check. Thank you for the inhalation of air. I appreciate it. Thank you. I need it. Thank you. I just hydrated though. Wait. Hold on. I will posture check. Thank you so much, gamer. Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday to you. Welcome. Don't mind me. No, don't mind me at all. I feel like I'm typing budget wrong, but I'm not. But I'm still like, oh. Alright, let's do this. Let's do that. So we have two types of budgets. So for this, hello? Why did it zoom in like that? Why does Google Doc hate me today? Anyway, so for operating budget, this is also known as our cash budget, and this is going to be our annual or yearly budget that is a forecast of, let's see, cash inflows, cash outflows, net lending or borrowing needs. And this apparently could go into the expense budget, so basically what we're putting our money into, and then what are we getting out of it. So we could highlight these, I guess, in a nice color coded, like, oh no, expenses, and oh no, our revenue. And hopefully you'll never be in the red. Teehee, haha, ho ho. Budget management. I didn't know you changed your major to finances. Good luck, have fun with it. I didn't! Why am I learning this? No, I didn't. This is still a part of my rehab career. Yes, anyway. So basically you're operating your inflows, your outflows, your borrowing needs. The capital budget, however, it looks like this is going to be a plan for expenditures for long-term assets whose useful life is more than a year. Smiley face emoji. Sorry, gamers. You only get money if you're more than useful for more than a year. But Shark the Gamer, 2K Gamer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Club. Welcome. Huh? This would make me want to go into rehab? Brother, say no more. This is where I am right now too. Hi Lurker. Hi, welcome in as well. Welcome. Ping Tippa when your budgets need some extra flexibility. Don't ping me at all. I'm not emotionally ready for this. I have no interest in finances or anything of the sort. I respect anyone who went into this accounting stuff and financial stuff. It was just never in my brain for it. But yeah. So operating budget, just think of it more like the day-to-day organization about what's going in, what's going out. Or sorry, not well, it is day-to-day, but all in all, it's the annual budget. So what were the day-to-day costs, and then accumulate that all within the year. And then we'll see where our cash is going in, where our cash is going out, and the net flow borrowing, hence is operating budget or cash cash budget, but the capital budget is going to be again for more long-term, and we're talking about long-term assets that are more useful than a year. There's some things that say about basic questions that need to be answered and the types included in the capital budget. So for basic questions, when we're talking about this, does this asset at least pay for itself? So if you spend $10,000 in something, will you get those $10,000 back eventually? Does this asset add value to its organization? You can't just get something for funsies, unfortunately. It has to be something that's relatively purposeful. Types of items included in the capital budgets, if you're kind of curious of like what is more useful than a year. Land is pretty useful. Faculty, construction, acquisition, and renovation. Yeah, hopefully if you don't get, really cheap construction, it should last more than a year. Routine capital equipment used in clinical areas. So, people, when they go into rehab, they might be using like these bikes to warm up. Whether it's the arm bike or the new step or whatever the heck you want to call these things. We need to make sure that the equipment is still running and that it's safe and that life is good. And that we have the information technology infrastructure and upgrades. So we got the system going and rolling. And of course, we hope that the staff that we employ, our capital budget will allow them to be here and that we're paying them such good money that they stay there for at least a year. We'll talk about, short-term employment, basically the retention of employment in just a little bit. Tee-hee, ha-ha, ho-ho. Anyway, Shark, thank you so much for the inhalation of air. Let me go ahead and in through the nose, out through the mouth. Thank you so much, Gamer. And Garfield, thank you so much for the stream streak. Thank you. So many things to be grateful for. I'm so happy. But fun stuff? Nah. ROI? No. You need to take into account the fun value of stuff? Yeah, it would be. Like, you know how much, this is a little nerdy now, so I apologize. I'm so big. Thank you for petting my forehead. Thank you. Like, you know how awesome it would be to include like VR and Just Dance in our like rehab settings? They provide value, but there's probably more applicable things, unfortunately, that we can include. But they do provide value, and there's research behind these things now, especially for I remember in this class I have to do like a fake organization, so my whole like focus right now recently has been around Parkinson's. Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm saying everything wrong today. Ooh. So it's like, oh yeah, this is just a really fun and engaging way to help them with their balance and movement. I'm like, wow, so cool. I can't wait to implement that in my clinic. 20 years from now, probably. Hi, Lim. Hi, welcome. Ooga booga. Wah. And hi, Zep. Hi, welcome. Oh my gosh, study stream. Oh my gosh. Who would have believed it? Oh my goodness. There was a backup plan. Literally, it was kind of like, hey, if this studying stuff doesn't go through, I think I might just do Pomodoro because I don't know how much I could get away with saying stuff that I actually don't know about. But hey, if I talk about it and go, what is this trying to truly, really say? Maybe it'll help me for tonight's exam. Isaac, hi, welcome. Albert, thank you so much for the headband. Welcome on in. Welcome. Pata says, so retention rate is not just good for YT, etc., but also for budgets? Yeah, but it's also, retention, it's good for a variety of things. I feel like there was a Twitter post going around on my feed. And it was a little wacky. Let's actually drop that subject. Retention's good. Playing your part into this organization and team, it's good. Yes. Anyway. So let's go ahead and classify some costs. So the next point, bullet point that we need to go ahead and understand is to familiarize ourselves with methods of classifying costs, applying techniques for classifying and controlling costs, and explain the value of cost allocation and determining cost drivers. Unfortunately, I only was able to find this of classifying costs. I'm not going to make a table for this because I feel like these thankfully are pretty self-explanatory, but we can type it up and we can classify costs by behavior, we can classify costs by the traceability, and we could classify costs by the decision making capabilities. Okay? So for classifying costs by behavior, we have one of two ways. We have either fixed or variable. Fixed is going to stay the same in relation to volume of services rendered. So nothing changes. $5 of the holy amount for this one item is always going to be $5. Period. But variable, there might be some other factors that's going to change that behavior and why that $5 item may no longer be $5. It might be $6. Hey, this part that is normally included in this is just a little bit more expensive and we still want to make a budget. Let's have the people who are purchasing this item, you know, pay the extra to cover the cost. Hee hee ha ha ho ho. So yeah, so by behavior we have fixed and variable, variable being changed directly in relationship to changes in volume. Traceability can be direct, indirect, or full cost. Traceability for direct can be traced to a particular patient. Indirect can't be traced to an individual patient. So this is like, hey, they're getting direct care. Like, hey, we're billing them this for this session that they specifically had. Indirect, I actually don't have an example off the top of my head, I'm so sorry, but something that can't be traced. Okay. And then full cost is both a combination of direct and indirect. So let's go ahead to our third category of classifying costs, and this is going to be the decision-making capabilities. So we have controllable, uncontrollable, sunk, and opportunity. So controllable is under the manager's influence, you know, manager, higher rank, they know best, I hope. And so these costs are going to be within their means. We're going to control that. Uncontrollable is that it cannot be controlled by management. Wow, it's getting out of hand. Sunk, I'm sure you've heard of like sunk cost fallacy before, but sunk in this case is going to mean that it's already incurred and cannot be influenced further, and the opportunity is going to be proceeds lost by rejecting alternatives. So boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Those are our four for our decision-making capabilities. Controlled and uncontrollable seems straightforward. Sunk is basically up, it is what it is. And opportunity, I don't know what this means. Proceed lost by rejecting alternatives. That you just accepted the loss because you didn't accept alternatives? Huh. Alright. So our next thing that we want to go ahead and understand is to understand break-even analysis and how to manage accounts receivable. Let me go ahead and take another sip of water. I am speaking on this is making me like, and also by the way, for whatever reason at the dentist, foaming at the mouth. Right now, my mouth is so dry. I'm like, ugh. Reading. Okay. So, these are actually notes. These are actually notes from my classmate. But give me one moment so I can reformat these really quick, okay? One moment. Not that anything matters. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Let's check something really quick. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. I scrolled through this a billion times over to ensure everything was righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. And apparently that was not enough for my poor little eye and my poor little brain to make sure that everything was a-okay. Okay, I've accepted my fate. I'm not gonna reformat it. Alright, so break-even analysis, I don't think I actually found notes on, even with my little scrolling that I did right now. So I cry, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, sorry. But break-even analysis is just breaking even. It's the idea of, hey, you didn't sink too much money into this and not get enough back from it. You know, you broke even. But the accounts receivable is a whole nother beast. So accounts receivable is really strange in definition. It is the current assets which have been created in the course of doing business and consisting of revenues? Yes, revenues recognized but not yet allocated in cash. So here's like an example in blue. So what it means is that if a clinic bills, and let's say Medicare in a month, 30,000, those 30,000 are what they consider accounts receivable because they have not been paid by Medicare yet they have not been reimbursed to the clinic, so you can't count them as cash. And because they're not collected as cash yet, they're not collected as cash yet, so the amount that they're going to receive is in the future. So what is the purpose of this? You know, to be honest, no idea. I have no idea why we couldn't just give cash out, but this is the idea that, hey, you have this amount, but you can't like take it out or anything. It feels like more of a concept. It feels more of an IOU. But it is what it is. Nom, hi gamer. Thank you so much for the hydrate and the redeem. I can't be mad because it's a redeem. Oh, actually, speaking of redeem, I have to make sure that we get the new outfit redeemed as well. Let me go ahead and put that on my little calendar. One moment. One moment. Okay, I did all the things. Thank you. All right, let me go ahead and politely. No, Nom, you're not paying anyone. No. Sorry, gamer. Alright, let me go ahead and change really quick. I haven't used this outfit in so long according to Lopit because I can't find it anymore. I'm working on it. Hold on. Heck? That's how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling like heck. Alright. Oh. Gosh darn it. Sorry, my hands are so big. Whose hands are on the table? Like, just ignore it. It's fine. It's whatever. There you go. So now you can see my ears. Wow. Respectfully. No, nothing's ever respectable in this household. I could just be a giant hand. A head. God, I don't know my anatomy anymore. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't care. Anyway. But no, what did they think I'm... Gosh darn it. There's no winning. I can't even hide myself because they're like, what if you don't have clothes? I'm like, gosh darn it. Anyway, if I get banned for reading admin notes, that would be my luck. Anyway. So I don't really actually understand the idea of concepts receivable. Maybe if I look through another resource really quick. Teehee. Accounts receivable represents that the money that a business is owed by its clients, often in the form of unpaid invoices. Receivable refers to the fact that the business has earned the money because it delivered a product or a service, but is, at that point in time, still waiting to be received by the client. Interesting. Let me go ahead and politely copy and paste that in here. Oh gosh. And then also they have a little chart here, so I'm curious about what this looks like too. We're learning this together. How fun is that? The Cubs may not need this knowledge by any means, but we are learning together. So, accounts receivable represents money that a business is owed by its client. So I can get behind that. I can understand that. Receivable refers to the fact that the business has earned the money because it's delivered a product, but it's still waiting to receive the client's payment. Okay, and what does this on the side say? Money that is owed to your business, goods or services that were sold on credit to a customer. Okay, so it's credit. Okay, get it. Recorded as an asset. AR increases a company's cash. Transaction is caused by selling goods on credit. Oh. Nice. Oh? What's... Software? Do you use for text editing? It's so smooth. Oh, this is just Google Docs. Smiley face emoji. I'm a big fan of Google Docs, and if I wasn't going to further docs my lifestyle, I would show you that I have an accumulation of Google Doc files separated for like each of the courses that I've taken. And is it all that organized? No, not anymore, but it used to be. And so it's really handy. One of the things that really motivated me, well, actually, let me back it up even then. So what they recommended when I was in grad school was to do something like a Bible. I kid you not, they refer to it as a Bible. They're like, make your own little PT rehab Bible. And it's like, what does that mean? And it's like, make sure you just have your notes all accumulated in at least one place so it's easy to search for. So when I started my program, and I don't think I did this in my last one, I think I implemented it for this grad program, so it's already been 3 years, teehee, is that I have a dedicated study email, but a dedicated study drive. And the reason why I didn't want to mix my personal and my study and whatever else is because I'm actually running out of space on my personal. And it's much more free to create an email and have its own separate Google Drive. So big smiley face emoji. And I haven't run out of space yet, so I'm really happy with that too. Gotcha, thank you, gamer. Anyway, let's go ahead and keep going. You didn't get a school email? I do have a school email, but they use Outlook. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure I like OneDrive as much as the next person. I'm just a Google girly. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. No hate to OneDrive, but I feel like they could have been a little bit better. Anyway. So, account receivables, even though this is basically credit, this is basically the organization owes money to your organization, is that it does not provide any interest, and collections of AR are likely to collections of AR become less likely as time passes? Huh? What does this mean? Me and my pixel fending off the haters. me using my pixel as a shield. I agree. Oh wait, hold the phone. Speaking of Outlook, my job uses Outlook. I have nothing against Outlook. Hotmail. Here's a wrinkle on my forehead. Hotmail was like my first email. Oh. That's crazy. Sorry, I got an email from my job. So we use Skype to communicate with each other. And they're like, nope. Sorry. We're gonna be using Microsoft Teams to communicate now. What? I didn't even know you could, Skype, not even Teams? No, we're transitioning to Teams. They have been using Skype for a really long time, okay? I don't even know how you could communicate. I use Teams frequently. I've never used it as a messenger, so now I'm like, huh? Do I just have to call them? You're so excited. I'm so sorry, gamer. I still use a Hotmail address. I'm sorry, gamer. Nothing wrong with it. I also still have my Hotmail that had been attached to my Steam. But we'll see how that goes. They're like, effective November 30th. I go to work tomorrow. We'll figure this out. Skype or Skype for business? I'm pretty sure it's just regular Skype. I'm not gonna lie to you. I even if there was an indication if it was for business or not, I highly doubt it. I just IM'd my managers and people I was working with, and if I needed anyone else, I'd be like, hey brothers. I think it's weird that they're phasing it out. That sounds like Skype is just dying. Not that it hasn't been dying, but it's really weird. Anyway, sorry. Anyway. I don't know what this means. Can I be honest? I am not shy. I am no longer shy. I'm a shy individual, but I'm no longer shy when I don't get something. I'll just ask the professor to explain it. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you don't get any interest on this. So even if this is money that this person may owe you, there's no interest on it. And the longer you wait to collect it, the less likely it's gonna happen. Smiley face emoji. The first or second half? Wait, which one? Robo says got the company. Wait, get the company on TeamSpeak? Okay, this is gonna sound really what? I don't think I've ever heard of TeamSpeak before. I promise you, I've been on this earth for a while. I never heard of TeamSpeak until I heard it like talking like poop to like Discord, and that they had like a really friendly competition. And I'm like, who is this? Sorry, you have to understand my timeline of like messengers went from like, adds another wrinkle to my forehead, MSN Messenger to Skype to like Discord. Any other thing in between? No idea. I know some people are like, what about Kick or AIM or whatever? I'm like, what? Huh? Excuse me. Oh, you're asking which part I didn't understand? Oh, I didn't understand this one. The collection, but it's okay. I have a very vague idea. I'm just gonna smile and nod. Danke! Or, in my Spanish lesson, I learned how to say thank you very much. Muchas gracias. TeamSpeak was for like WoW raiders? Okay, raise your hands if you played WoW, and that's why I used TeamSpeak. Oh my goodness. But no, I TeamSpeak completely missed me, but I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. My transition to like Skype to Discord, there was actually like a hot moment where I was not even using Skype. I was not communicating with anyone. I decided to go off the grid for a hot moment there. Let me think. I think like the last few interactions I had with Skype. Actually, this is such an interesting story. I'll humor you guys in just a moment. It was similar to Ventrilo. I'm not familiar with Ventrilo either. Again, I think the moment I went off grid is the reason why I have not seen these applications. I've heard of them, except Ventrilo. That's actually brand new to me. But I have no idea. I've just never used them. I'm sorry. Hi, Brigosa. Hi, welcome. I used TeamSpeak when I was working on Game Press page. Or working on a Game Press page. What the heck? What the heck does any of that mean? You said it correctly, but again, I'm not familiar with TeamSpeak, and I'm like, what's a Game Press page? What? You used it for Gmod? I didn't. I also missed that on Gmod. Again, this is like off the grid. This is the weirdest lecture on spines I've ever seen. I know, again, I have no idea why I'm learning this material, but again, the goal and the theming for today is smiling and nodding! Yeah! This so makes sense! Wow, this is so cool! Yeah! Anyway, so... interesting, fun, haha thing I want to share with you is I think one of my last experiences with Skype was one of my friends. I don't want to keep using ages because I'll be like, oh no, the Forever 17 gimmick, it's gone. But it was really neat because I think I stopped talking to a lot of people when I transferred from MS Teams to Skype because I don't feel like a lot of people went over to Skype. I don't know what kind of alternative that they use, but I remember communicating a lot with a Korean pen pal that one of my IRL friends had made, because one of my friends, not to dogs her life story, but I think her life story is really interesting. She liked Japanese stuff, but she's like, actually, and I think at that time we didn't have this word, but she all in all was a Koreeboo, if that's how you even say it. She really liked Korean culture, and she's like, Korean is so easy to pick up. And you know, I've actually heard that multiple times. Maybe it's a little bit biased coming from her, because you know, when you're passionate, you're like, it's so easy. Okay. But I have heard picking up like the Korean alphabet at least is relatively easy. You could go from there, but you could say that with Japanese too. Anyway, not the point. She ended up moving to like the UK, and then I think she ended up moving to Korea, and I'm like, you're insane. It's insane where your hyperfixations will take you, because she was in like the US. So I'm like, what? And it was something about like her mom or something who had like an opportunity to go abroad, and I'm like, are you really gonna leave everything here to go over there? And she said, yeah. But it was really funny because she wanted me, that same friend wanted me to meet her like Korean pen pal, and so we ended up talking. And what happens is that this pen pal, they basically did like a little language exchange. So it's like, okay, you want to learn English and I know English, and I want to know Korean and you know Korean, let's chit chat. But she was like really bad at explaining stuff. I felt so bad. My friend was very bad at explaining why we would use like a said word for this reason, and I'm like, oh, you just have to explain it like this. So I felt so bad because the pen pal would like message me, like not behind her back or anything, but it's like, hey, our friend said this, what does it mean? And I'm like, oh, it's XYZ, and it can be used in any of these occasions. Do you better understand the word now? Yes. Great. You know, I wanted to do something like that for a hot minute. Now this is a story, Cubs. This is my last story before probably I take a little baby break, you know? Oh wait, Luna says after Messenger, I think I went to Facebook chat. Oh, I think that's where I was. I think I was in Facebook. We got the little bubble messengers on our phone, and I was like, that's the coolest thing. I love keeping in contact with my IRL friends. My online friends, I think we just use Gaia. But yeah. Seth says I went from AIM to MSN Messenger to Windows... Wait. Yeah, I went from AIM to MSN to Windows Messenger, the Skype pipeline. Rarely used Vent or TeamSpeak again. Completely missed me for whatever reason. Not even ICQ Messenger? No, not even that. I was a dedicated, what do you call it, MSN Messenger girly through and through. Everything else, I was like, too much effort. But I don't know if it was too much effort or it was just me being a hipster, because like for the longest time I still don't, and I guess I'll never, I really wanted a MySpace account, but I got too like intimidated, or I thought I was too cool for it. I don't know, one of those, or maybe both at the same time. Anyway, hi Devil, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Okay, last story tangent. I wanted to do the pen pal stuff too. I think I wanted to do this when I was actually actively learning Japanese, because my friend who was learning Korean, who also wanted to learn Japanese and Korean at the same time, she actually gave me some of her resources. She was very sweet. She had like drew out all like the hiraganas on like a little chart, and she just gave it to me. I'm like, you're so sweet. I can't wait to practice. And I ended up getting this pen pal, and there's nothing like weird or suspicious about it at the time. I think it was like literally like the day after. And I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna talk to this person online. And I can't help but remember it was like an older guy. And I was like, oh, it's whatever. My mama bearcat has been very like, I have a weird relationship with my mama bearcat when I was younger. This is not free therapy, I promise. But my mama bearcat, for whatever reason, was like, you have to be careful of who you talk to online. And that's always been a thing. That's always been something I'm sure even your parents have like implemented, like, be careful who you talk to online, be careful who you talk to online. I have no idea why, but one day she took away my laptop. I can't remember why. And she got the police involved. I can't remember why. And she's like, hey, that guy you were gonna talk to, the police said, it has been in connection for XYZ crimes. I was like, what? Things happen for a reason, I guess, but I literally had no idea of like what was going on. And again, I don't know if it's because I repressed it because it was so bad, or I just really have bad memory, because I'm just like, oh, thanks, Mama Bearcat. Smiley face emoji, I think. But, you know, when you're young and online and you think you know better than anything else, but I was always one of those people who I'm like, don't acknowledge me. I'm not going to give out any private information. And I guess that kind of carried over even to now. Yeah, of course I won't tell people where I live willy-nilly or tell them my full name or this or that. What do you think I am? Stupid! So it's a very interesting experience to learn like, oh, this guy was XYZ. Anyway. Nothing ever came from that, can I be honest? I think I dropped the website. I was like, okay, I'm never getting a PayPal ever again. Maybe the guy was asking kids to do naughty stuff, like tell the numbers on their credit card? Maybe. Gosh. Sorry, I'm thinking about my early days and my early interactions with people online. Thankfully, I've never run into any weirdos like that. I'm very grateful. I think the weirdest thing that may have happened is that in MapleStory, I had a quote-unquote a MapleStory. Sorry, I said it was gonna be the last story. It was not. Anyway, I had a MapleStory boyfriend, right? And I was definitely a child. And I think my MapleStory boyfriend was a 25-year-old. And I think I was like 12. Or 14 or something like that. And obviously nothing was wrong because I was like, oh, I don't know what pedophilia is. I'm just like, oh, wow. But I don't think he ever asked for anything or anything like that. Not that I can remember. I was just like, oh, we got married in game. And then I caught him hacking on MapleStory and I'm like, oh, Gasp, you're a hacker. Anyway, yeah, I think the worst thing that he had ever asked is like, hey, do you want to be? And I said, no. To be honest, you probably knew you were a child. I probably would have been. I definitely was not the type of person to fake my age to be like, huh, I'm 25 too, you know. So I wonder what happened. I wish my memory was so good because I just want to tap into my memory core and be like, huh, Tippa, you good? You good in there? What happened back then, you know? Married to a bad boy? Rawr. Okay, sorry anyway. I can't believe you married a hacker. I know, my life was in shambles. Honestly, with how hard on dating apps now, we should go back to MapleStory with age verifications. Brother. We should, shouldn't we? Nah, I'm not going back. I just think the online experience was so funny. I just... Early online internet me is probably hilarious. Now I'm like trying to remember it back. Right? But again, there's just a period where I'm like, okay, what if I don't talk to anyone? And now I'm here back on streaming talking to everyone. So it's been an interesting journey. If you cubs have any like wacky like internet stories, I would love to hear it because I don't know, 25-year-old MapleStory boyfriend is such like a deep dive into my brain. You know, hey, welcome, Karma. Hey, welcome. Gamers, let me go ahead and skedaddle really quick. Not to say anything, not to be like, sorry Cubs, I hate you and I must go, but I want this 3-minute ad break to go away ASAP. So let's politely BRB, stand up and stretch, hydrate. I'm gonna grab some more water. I've been chugging water like a hecker. And we'll actually come back to studying. Probably. We have an exam today, so I'll see you guys in a little bit. Ah, BRB! Sorry. you go. Alright, Erika, thank you so much for your patience. Welcome back, thank you. Cause you know Rip? The Rip Skip? Yes, the Rip is streaming right now. And they're playing some Valorant, so go ahead and check them out. Or support them. I guess they're playing it because of a battle pass. I never heard their reasoning. But we're back, life is good, and we actually briefly talked about some Dr. Pepper. I said I was gonna get back into it, but I'm not. So, Dr. Pepper, right? There's a new flavor? Not a new flavor, but there's like a new combination that people do, and I think it's called like the dirty Dr. Pepper. But it's like Dr. Pepper with coconut and lime. It is actually really tasty, and if I could somehow find the recipe, we should all try to make it together, okay? Okay. Alright, back to studying! Okay, so we're just coming back and we were talking about accounts receivable, so we're gonna keep moving on to that and figure out what the heck this is all about. Double Gamer! Thank you so much for your 2-1 sub for 8 whole hecky months! We turned that around and say it forever! Thank you! Thank you so much for the— wait, thank you for the 8 months of support. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Gao Gao! Yum Yum! Sometimes. It was very cute too. My heart went dookie. Keep up the great work with school and streaming. Best of luck with your exam tonight. You got this, Gower, and thank you for using my art on your schedule. Gamer, how many times do I have getting my angry eyebrows on? Okay, which one is it? I have no emotions. Oh, brother, if I can— you know what? I'm gonna use my real eyebrows. I'm gonna look right like this, and I'm gonna let you know that I'm grateful for you taking the time for drawing art, and so I should be thanking you. So no need to thank me, but I will thank you for the best of wishes and everything like that. I really do appreciate it. You know, exams got me spooked out, so I'm kind of like, anytime I have an exam, I'm like, so thank you, Calmer, thank you. I'll do my best and I'll update you guys tomorrow to be like, oh yeah, the exam actually went like dog poop. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so accounts— what is this? Receivable. Having a large amount of money in account receivable is actually detrimental to the company because they can lose opportunities for other investments. So this is really unfortunate because this money is more like credit and they don't really have that money to go ahead and spend to invest and become bigger and better because that money's not technically even really there. The considerations that we need to pay attention— that we need to pay attention to because the cost associated with the accounts receivable includes one of two things. It can include the carrying cost, so basically that just translates to something, an extra cost that we have to pay, or it can be a delinquency cost because the company doesn't actually have enough money to pay their reliability. So here's a slide from the screenshot. So managing accounts receivable. Managing accounts receivable is the reimbursement owed for work already done. Liability increases as time to repayment increases, meaning that, hey, they're more liable to pay this because they're not paying, like at the loan shark business, you know? The longer without reimbursement, the less likely you will receive the full payment because they're stalling. And the goal for accounts receivable is to actually reduce the time to reimburse as little as possible. Now, I don't think there's an actual time frame provided, but pretty much you'd want your money as soon as you can. Like, I already did the work. That's like, yeah, you did, gamer. Runs away. Not to thank you so much for the lurk. No. You're so good. You don't be sad. Don't worry. You go live your best life, okay, gamer? And I will be here for the next undisclosed amount of time, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the well wishes. Thank you. Alright, I definitely didn't get the definition for this, but I think this is the same thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and read this. I know that sounds awful. But again, smile and nod. So I think this is another slide about accounts receivable. There's just so many slides and so much information mixed in, so I apologize. It's a lot of repetition, but honestly, repetition is going to be beneficial for my silly bearcat brain who likes repeating patterns. Anyway, so the ARs is the current assets created in the course of doing business, consisting of revenues recognized but not collected as cash. AR generally provides no interest, that we've talked about before, and their collection becomes less likely as time passes because we'll be like, forget about it. It looks like AR actually compromises about 75% of the healthcare provider's current assets, so 75% of these healthcare organizations seem to be running like this, and that's a little bit wacky, you know? But having a large amount of AR means lost opportunities for other investments, because I assume you cannot physically make those investments, and that there are other costs associated with AR that we talked about, the carrying cost, which is the extra or the delinquency or the collection costs. We didn't talk about collection costs, but I see it here. Let's read this again. Delinquency is that they don't have enough money. Okay, delinquency, you're delinquent, you don't pay it. Entities that increase the costs are going to be collection costs. Interesting. Okay, we'll move on from there. Hi, Faust. Hi, welcome. Hi, gamer. Sorry, Galmer. Did you know? I'm pretty sure you're aware. Because yeah, I know Arcane is out, and I don't know if I want to watch it yet. I mean, I definitely can't watch it now because I have these 2 exams, so I cry every single day. Woohoo! But I realized that they're coming out in parts, and I just wanted to know if you've watched the first part yet and if you like it. It looks good. I'm trying to avoid any spoilers left and right. I know New drew some art, and I'm like, I can't even like the art yet, because if I like the art, then all this stuff is gonna pop up on my feed and I'm gonna get spoiled. So teehee, haha, ho ho. It's gas. Let's go. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Alright. Let me politely. Let's see if we could get to this line right here. Look, it's repeating again. What the heck? Anyway, that's fine. It's whatever. When managing accounts receivable, one of the primary goals of managing them is to try to reduce the collection period, or what they call in days accounts receivable. Isn't that what we just said? wait, what? I hate this class. Anyway. Thank you for politely lurking. I appreciate it. I say you watch it to avoid spoilers? Okay. I'll try to see if I can watch it this weekend or something and be like, yo! Alright. Healthcare providers often need to receive cash advances on I'm just gonna put this here. Healthcare providers often need to receive cash advances on outstanding accounts receivable to continue operations. Because again, their money's not real. So sometimes companies go to a bank and they ask them to give them an advance on accounts receivables from an insurance company that has not yet paid them. There are 2 methods used to finance account receivables. So the first one is factoring receivables, or selling them at a discount. So let's say Medicare owes you $30,000, which is a lot of money, and then I go to ask the bank to take that $30,000 at a discount, so they give me 80 cents per dollar, and so they're gonna give me only 80% of that, or about 24,000 instead of the full 30,000. So that's a little bit of a unique concept. Is it do you guys understand that? Is it like they're selling it at like they're selling their loan off, and they're like, yeah, we'll take the 30,000. you're gonna get 30,000 eventually, right? Well, you give it to us and we'll give you money now. That kind of sounds like the trade-off. That kind of sounds like that's what it is, right? Smiley face emoji. And the second way to finance the account receivables is pledging receivables as collateral to negotiate a line of credit to cover temporary cash flow shortfalls. Now, instead of selling it for a discount, it looks like just trust me bro situation. Just give me the credit because you know I'm going to be good for the money. I just don't have it right now. Yeah, that sounds about right. So it looks like this is the same thing right here, but we'll go ahead and repeat it, okay? Yeah, it's a way to counter the fact that the AR doesn't get paid as time goes on. Okay, that's why I'm kind of like, huh? as you can tell, I've been reading these, but I haven't been reading them, you know what I mean? During the Pomodoro breaks, it's more like a skimming, being like, so none of this guy. But now actually reading out loud, I'm like forced to understand. You're forced to know this. No! But thank you. So again, primary goal is to reduce the collection period. Healthcare providers need to receive advances to get on those operations, and again, the two methods to finance them is the factoring or the pledging of receivables, okay? Physical and occupational therapists should be involved in managing materials and inventory. Hello? This is important because we can affect the delivery of appropriate patient care. Space. Another important aspect of material management is the provision of cost control. There are sometimes non-productive assets in the clinic. For instance, a treadmill doesn't work, and that is noted as a non-productive asset. Inventory losses lose value over time. The more we buy a bulk of, let's say TheraBand, like the stretchy, I don't know how to say what a TheraBand is, it's just a band that people use. It's like an elastic for exercises, and they vary in color, meaning that they vary in difficulty, and it's just a really easy and cheap way to get patients to do their at-home exercises, especially if they don't have any equipment. You basically cut them a little piece of a rubber band and you're like, okay, do these at home, and they're especially really handy for anyone who has like any shoulder or like upper extremity or arm injury, you know? Yeah. Say the more that we buy a bulk of TheraBand and we don't use that, the asset starts to lose value over time. Another important issue about material management is the improvement of the organization's bottom line through best pricing and reducing overutilization. Okay, best pricing and avoid overutilization. Okay, here's the slide that says the importance of material management. Make sure to deliver appropriate patient care, provisional cost control, and non-productive asset inventory loses value over time, and improvement of the organization's bottom line through best pricing and reducing overutilization. Here's yet another slide about AR, and I think we're pretty much good on this. I don't think I need to read this again because I think that was actually mentioned above. Teehee, haha, ho ho. So let's move on to a new topic. Let us compare and contrast tax status implications for profit versus non-for-profit healthcare entities and do a little comparison. So I did like I copied and pasted my classmates' notes in here, which is just a transcript, to excuse the formatting. But here's the table. I'm going to actually move it a little bit over here because we're able to read it. There you go. So let's actually work on one column at a time. Let's focus on the for-profit organizations. So they serve pretty much private interests. They do pay taxes. Wow, crazy. And they're supposed to be used to serve the community. And we're talking about, again, specifically healthcare organizations. The goal of a for-profit organization is to maximize profits for the owners and the investors. So, I think that's pretty straightforward, but like another example I feel like you hear like non-for-profit profit is like art schools. I've had many friends who wanted to pursue like higher education and get into art, which, you know, high respects for them. But there's a few art universities that are for profit, and it's just crazy to think of like, wow, you're paying probably as much as me for your like bachelor's. I mean, I'm sorry. Anyway. They have some examples here, but I don't know. So I'm gonna politely just read it and then we'll move on to the next one, okay? Some examples of for-profit organizations are, again, organizations that are owned by private owners or private investors. And these people are normally, organized as C corporations, LLCs, S corporations, or general partnerships. Now, for the non-for-profit organizations, they don't pay taxes. They're tax exempt, and they're only tax exempt, meaning, again, they don't pay taxes, if they meet certain requirements on their IRS section 501c3 of the IRS rules. What is that rule? Don't ask me. But private foundations are actually another form of non-for-profit organizations. They take a different look at this. Let me just read it. Let me not. Take a look at a non-for-profit organization in a different way than for-profit because of the fact that the non-for-profit organization should also turn a profit, so they continue to exist and work for the community. Sure. Unlike for-profit organizations, not-for-profit organizations are not owned by individuals or an individual. Rather, they are managed by a governing body or a board of directors. So tee-hee, ha-ha, ho-ho. And some examples are going to be charitable organizations, educational, literary, religious, and scientific. Those who are concerned with public safety or the promotion of amateur sporting events, and the organizations focus on prevention of cruelty towards children and animals. These typically tend to be your non-for-profit. Here it is again, basically. Ayo, my notes from the degree? Brother! We have another marketing major here, brothers. It looks like we only have 3 majors here. Sorry if you don't fit into this. We have like admin, manager, financial. I sound like it sounds like that's the 3. I promise I'm just grouping them all together. We have our tech cubs, and then we have our 3 healthcare cubs. You don't fit in? Nah! Spuds, dox your major. Dox your career. You study finances and accounting unironically? Boo! Wow! Well, you fit into tech, there you go. You're fine. See? Anyone else? If you're in agriculture, sorry, you don't fit in here. No, you do. I just feel like most of the cubs are 1 or 3, you know? Boo, Monte. Unironically. Again, I just had this admin class because don't ask me why, but I'm not having a great time. So I admire your dedication to the finances. Blah. Yeah, no, the notes, trust me, the notes don't even fit me. It's my major, so it's whatever. Anyway, tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow I get to talk about things I have a little bit more passion about. Anyway, so organization, I'm sipping water. I'm tired of slurring my words and not saying English words that I definitely know correctly. So one moment. Okay. You got this. Thank you, game. I appreciate it. So again, for-profit organization, when we're talking about organization tax status, is that for profit, again, it's private or investor-owned business with a primary interest in making a profit, hence the term for-profit. And it's required to pay taxes as the cost of doing business. But not for profit, the organizations that care for the poor, the needy, the indigent residents, and have been granted a tax-exempt status. Business-orientated or private organizations, which is something we talked about briefly in that small box, those are considered non-profit, and they're going to be defined as a private business that charges fees for goods and services for the purpose of sustaining a business. So there's no ownership interest. They can accept tax-deductible contributions and must provide an adequate amount of charity care or community service. In addition, for our nonprofit, it looks like we have our nonprofit, then we have business-oriented private organizations, and our last one for not-for-profit is our government-owned organizations and public corporations. So these non-for-profits are going to be influenced by political interests, including government-run hospitals and public healthcare centers. So let's move on. And let's assess the primary methods of reimbursement. Let's get our money back, baby. To providers, reimbursement from third-party payers, and what that means prospectively and retrospectively, payment-wise, and what is self-pay. So they really focus on, how do you say it, these third-party payers when it comes to reimbursement. The definitions are a little backwards, I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of perspectives. Check out these specs, haha, glasses, haha. Why did I type that? Haha. Anyway, so they really focus on this retrospective, prospective stuff. And to me, I feel like the definitions are not straightforward. So retrospective is going to be determined after service delivery. And again, this is all in the concept of reimbursement. When are you going to get your money back? And retrospective reimbursement is after the service delivery, so they'll do charges, cost plans, etc. While prospective is like, actually, I'm going to reimburse you before the service delivery, so this is for like per diem, per diagnosis, capitation, etc. Hold on, gamers, I feel like the music changed completely, but it's still the same playlist. I was like, huh? What? Huh? So retro is after when you think it'd be before, and prospective is before. So prospective, we could kind of define it or put it in our head as like a little imagery or a little story. It's like, oh, I'm so prospective. I'm looking forward for the future. I think everything's gonna go well. Yes, I will pay you beforehand before you do this. And retrospective is like, oh, you did the service? Okay, well now looking back on that, I will pay you. Sure. You think the naming makes sense? I guess I think retro is like in the past, so I feel like it would make more sense saying before, but that's my brain. I know what retrospective means, and I know what retro means. I'm just like, huh? What? Huh? So these cutouts from these two PowerPoint slides defines retrospective and prospective a little bit more, so maybe if I read them out, this can kind of give more of a solid explanation and definition of the two when it comes to reimbursement. So retrospective reimbursement is the amount that is determined after the services have been delivered. So this could be a fee for service, so it's paid close to 100% of the prices for the service rendered. It could be charges minus a discount, so it's actually services provided at a discount in return for a higher volume of patients. Like, I did a good job, right? You have other people who need to get their wisdom teeth removed, smiley face emoji? Come my way. We have costs, so that's going to be reimbursed for projected cost of rendering that service. The smaller reimbursement, but with little risk. So you know how people are like, they have like that little 4-square chart, and it's like high risk, high reward, high risk, no reward, stuff like that. This is basically this. Low risk, low reward is going to be the cost version. Cost plus a percentage for growth. This is going to be services provided at cost with a percentage surcharge for developing new services and products. So this is like, hey, we're developing something here. And then our last one is performance-based reimbursement. So this is going to be reimbursement based on quality measures. This is going to be based off the patient satisfaction, the health outcomes, etc., etc. Now for the prospective reimbursement, hold on. This is not this. Sorry, excuse me. For the prospective, this is going to be again a method of reimbursement determined before the services are delivered. So these are typically implemented by the managed care organizations, or what we'll see at HMOs, which is also some of the insurance stuff we were talking about for the first language, you know? Huh? Oh no! Spud says this medical payment talk is making me think of the money I owe my allergist. Smile and look away and be like, I'll pay this as soon as I can. But yeah, perspective can be per diem. So it's the defined amount per day for care given. It could be per diagnosis, the defined dollar amount paid per diagnosis. It could be a bundled payment, so one payment made for all services provided for an episode of care procedure. So what this means is that instead of paying each individual provider, one payment's made with which needs to be divided among all providers involved. It's no biggie. I'll pay you retrospectively. Exactly. You give me the service, I'll pay you in time. And then capitation. This is a provider paid a fixed amount per enrollee per month by a healthcare plan for contractually agreed upon services in the future. So it's just risk from the insurance to provider, and the provider may benefit tremendously if no enrollees seek their services, but could lose it if too many enrollees seek services in a small time frame. So it's basically gambling. Will my patient show up today? Let's roll the dice. No. Good thing they paid for this, so free money. But it looks like if there's too many people who take advantage and do care for their health, then it's like, oh boy. But yeah, for reimbursement, again, we could talk about Medicare and Medicaid. We could talk reimbursements to physicians and reimbursements to other providers. So Medicare and Medicaid, this is reimbursements to hospitals, contractors, diagnosis-related groups, case mix or patient mix. Reimbursements to more like healthcare professionals such as physicians, PTs, OTs, STs are going to be resource-based and use a resource-based relative value scale and capitated managed care plans, or Medicare Part B. Part B is all dedicated to any kind of like outpatient, which like think of your clinic care and not necessarily like the acute care, like, oh my goodness, you're in the hospital because of some trauma. And reimbursements to other groups are resource utilized groups with a RUG, then this is going to be more for skilled nursing facilities. So, yay. So for reimbursement, we have uninsured and uncompensated care. For reimbursement, when we talk about uninsured, we're going to say that the consumers without insurance are billed for full charges. And this has resulted in the rise of personal bankruptcies due to the inability to pay for such a large amount of sums. I am sure you cubs who are outside the US have heard how ridiculous it is about medical stuff. It's a little wild, let's just say that. I'm very grateful for my general health and my healthcare situation. Like for the dentist right now, when I went, because I didn't get any services, what do you call it, done because of the time, and all they did was like measure my teeth. Couldn't tell you that, but because they did that, they didn't charge. But I think even if they were to charge me, it would be for whatever service they had provided for that time, and I think it's like $50 or something like that. But it's like very basic, baby, more like self-care stuff. It's not like, hey, remove a wisdom teeth for $50. But I still do need my wisdom teeth removed, so I might be humoring medical tourism in the near future. Speaking of dentists, I got a night guard recently, and instead of using like a mold, they use a camera to scan your teeth. Brother? That's so nice. Does it feel nice? I hope it does. I think that kind of technology is like really cool. And I hope it works out for you, gamer. Yeah, I can't wait to look at medical tourism Reddit. Let's see. So funny. I remember, I think we vaguely talked about like Faust or something, and they're like, I just went over the Mexican border. I'm like, you're so funny. Anyway, so uncompensated care. So uncompensated care is bad debt, and bad debt means no payment received for bill services, and it's written off by the organization. They also have charity care or pro bono, and so this is actually organizations that provide care knowing the patient will be unable to pay. There's some opportunities I know I'll have in the future as a rehab specialist, smiley face emoji, to do some pro bono work, so that will be very funky to do. Funky in a fun way, you know? Anyway, Spud says it was so surreal. It was so surreal seeing my teeth show up as a 3D model on the screen. It's like, those are mine? I grew those? Those bad boys? That's so funny, you know? Lena says the weird clay you have to bite into to get the dental mode was so disgusting. Is it because it tasted weird? Oh, I'm sorry. There are probably a lot of people that complained about it, which is why they switched to cameras. Wow. Anyway. Alright, let's move on to the next thing. We talked about cost classification. Now we're going to talk about cost allocation, and this is because we want to evaluate determinants and initial processes considered by healthcare managers in setting charges/prices for products and services. What did I just say? Evaluate determinants and initial processes that are considered by healthcare managers in setting charges or prices for the products and services. Okay, got it. So we talked about cost classification. Can be behavior, can be traceability, and it can be decision-making capabilities. Because I don't know if you noticed, but like for a moment I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to act the recall. Nope. They look familiar. I just won't be able to recall it, and thank goodness it's a multiple choice, whatever. Anyway. Let's see. For cost allocation is going to involve the determination of the total cost of producing a healthcare service through assigning costs from non-revenue producing departments into revenue producing departments. So why are we doing this conversion? Why is it happening? And why are we assigning the cost from non-revenue to revenue? Well, apparently there's 3 purposes, and the first purpose is to ensure that patients are paying only for the service and products received. I feel like sometimes I get this vibe of like, you know how if you're in the US you have to do like that itemized receipt to make sure like you're paying for what you got. Yeah. The purpose also is to separate the cost of the at unit at the unit of service allowed to managers to measure? I don't know what that means. Separate costs at the unit of service level to allow managers to measure, and then changes in intensity in case mix and to identify inefficient functions. I think this is a sub little category. Let's Google cost allocations. Let's see. Cost allocations is the process of identifying and assigning costs to activities, people, projects, and any other cost objects. Why couldn't they just say that, weenies? Its goal is to spread costs fairly across departments to calculate profitability and derive transfer pieces. Essentially, it works to measure financial performance and improve decision making. What is an example of it? Examples include raw materials, direct labor, and specific equipment used in production. These costs are straightforward to track and assign because they directly involve the production or execution of a specific activity. That's cost accounting? Ugh. How would you define allocation then? Allocation is a process of identifying, accumulating, and assigning costs to specific costs, blah 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 blah. Nameless Gamer, hi, welcome! Ma'am, are you sure your outfit's appropriate for the class? Brother, I am the class! I am the class! And also, have you ever... Wait, before I mess up the title completely. Have you ever watched Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai? Yeah? I am basically living the dream, gamer. What is it? Oh gosh, it's been a while since I watched this. It's the premise of, so if you haven't, I don't know if I should spoil the premise of it. It's like episode 1 though. But the girl wears a bunny suit to see if people notice her, basically. And there's a whole wacky, like, supernatural aspect to it, I guess you can say, you know? No, you're good. But yeah, it's just a little reference to that. Teehee, haha, ho ho. Alright. Well, I noticed, so I guess it worked. Thanks. Bunny suits make everything better. Brother, the year of the rabbit really helped us out here, you know? Anyway, let's go ahead and we'll move on from the allocation and we'll move on to determining product costs after I read Monte's thing. Monte says you separate the different costs involving in making one unit of something to know and how to optimize. So you separate the different costs involved. Okay. Sorry, I don't know. Sorry, I have to like literally bash my brain to understand some of these things, so I do apologize. I'm like, huh? What? This learning experience is as much as mine as it is yours, I suppose. Sorry. So, how do we determine product costs? So, it looks like there's 3 things and we'll read about setting charge in just a moment. But to determine product costs, trying to find like a happy place where you could read both. More recent methods for determining product costs tend to cross department lines of responsibility. So activity-based costing is more accurate than prior methods of cost allocations. Costs are determined based on cost drivers, the activities involved in generating a unit of service. So it's not just one party, it's multiple parties. Activity-based has been, I wonder if they're talking about like the Medicare rule or Medicaid? I think Medicaid, right? No, Medicare. Yeah, rule about the units of aids and whatnot, because we're starting to bill in rehab. Not starting, we have been billing based off activity. Like let's say, ooh, we're doing gait training, or like how to have them walk with this new assistive device. Yes, gait training and making sure that they're safe to ambulate or safe to like walk around this certain environment. So I wonder if that's what they're leaning towards, at least for that one. And the costs are determined based on cost drivers, so the activities generating using a unit of service. Okay, sure, I get it. Alright, setting charges! So these are charges that are published prices, and there is a wide disparity existing between the published prices and contracted prices. Most third-party payers negotiate lower rates with healthcare providers, and that the rate of reimbursement is set per contract as a specific amount for each code used for billing services. Sure. Oh, brother. We're still, we're still in the same unit. Alright, after this unit, let's take a little baby break because your girl needs it. And hopefully the remaining material will be a little bit more straightforward. If this is already straightforward to you, I applaud you. But right now, I'm just like, huh? What? The next ones are more straightforward. It's gonna be like, what is an interview? What is teamwork? How is teamwork done? What is the theory of teamwork? And it's like, oh, okay. Anyway, so one of the last ones we have is appraise the purposes, primary sources, and significant problems associated with managing work capital. So this is going to be dealing with current assets and current liabilities. So we're going to go ahead and just read off the slide. I do apologize. So when we're talking about working capital is going to be defined as our current assets of what we have minus our current liability. Permanent working capital is the minimum working capital irrespective of any fluctuations in business activity. So this is our net outcome or our profits. While the temporary working capital is going to include equity or net assets, short-term debt or loans, and trade credit from delayed payments to vendor. So permanent working capital, our net outcome. Temporary, a little mix of everything, can include loans and debts as well. So the purpose of working capital management is to increase revenues and reduce expenses. And how we're going to go ahead and do this is one of two ways. Making capital assets such as buildings, etc., productive by managing current assets, so labor, etc. That's kind of why your boss is like, yes, I know you could do your work at home, but we actually have a physical building that I paid off and we need to use, so good luck, gamers. And the second one is going to be conserving cash by cutting financing costs to take advantage of short-term investments. So basically conserve your money by cutting out costs when you can. Teehee. The next thing we're going to talk about is to enhance the quote-unquote goodwill towards the organization. And really, this is just appearing to look good in front of other people. And you're going to do this by doing the basic necessities. You're going to pay vendors and employees on time. I know, a crazy concept. And also by demonstrating to lenders that the organization is credit-worthy. See, we're good people because we pay our employees on time. Huh? And to undertake changes that add value to the organization, this is all going to be included into our working capital. So let's talk about budgets really quick because for whatever reason, when we were talking about budgets earlier, I didn't have the slide with the other one. For the budgets, we talked about the cash or operating budget and we talked about the capital one. This one goes and they add about 2 more, so we have a total of 4, okay? To enhance the goodwill towards the organization? Huh? That's bullheckery in America? Just give them pizza? Yeah, I'll never forget our pizza parties at work. But hey, hear me out. One of my jobs did give us like breakfast pizza from Uno and I was converted. I'm like, ooh, breakfast pizza. I would have never known if my job didn't give me this. What was on it again? I think it was just cheese and egg. Maybe bacon or something like that. Anyway, so budgets. Budgets, again, is the process of converting goals and objectives of the organization's operating plan into financial terms. Beeves, also hi, welcome. So the 4 major types, again, is operating budget. So it's our annual budget for predicting cash flows and outflows. And we also talked about that net borrowing. Oh, I see what happened. I thought operating budget and then expenses and revenue were subtypes, but it looks like they're its own budget category. So expense budget is allocating of funds to cover normal business operations over a period of time, while revenue is the allocation of funds to maintain and grow the business over time. So expenses, make sure you got your money. Revenue, whatever we have, keep it going. Capital budget is going to be selecting long-term assets whose usefulness in life is going to be greater than 1 year. So again, that's going to include our purchases of expensive equipment, building acquisition, renovation, considering asset depreciation costs. Like again, our treadmill we had for 20 years will be running on its last leg pretty soon, and include an estimated useful life of capital items. We talked about the retroactive wait, sorry. Retrospective and prospective. Retro is going to be after the service. This prospective is going to be before the services. And let's talk about these other things in just a moment. Egg on pizza? Yeah. It was a breakfast pizza. I wonder if I could look it up really quick. Hold on. Breakfast pizza. Scrambled eggs, hash brown, cheese. Wait, well, let me see it from Uno specifically. I think Uno might be dead though, so I don't know. Whoops. Teehee, ha ha ha. Yeah, it's that. It wasn't so bad. It's not like, but it was a dedicated breakfast pizza. It's not like, ooh, let me start putting eggs on pizza. You know what I mean? Smiley face emoji. Anyway, let me go ahead and hold on. Alright. So, working on capital management. So this is going to be what we were talking about all the way up here with working capita. And this is going to be referring to our current assets, which again are going to be our inventory, our cash on hand, the accounts receivable that we talked about earlier, and any item that can be converted into cash. While our current liabilities are those taxes, fees, expenses that will be paid in the accounting period. The current assets minus the current liabilities. That is what the working capital is. Current assets minus our current liabilities. So these are expenses, our current assets, whatever makes us cash, baby. And it's managing the liquidity of the business. And our goals basically is to do one of two things. Excuse me, hold on. Deep breath. Ah. So our goal is to increase the revenues and asset acquisition while reducing liabilities. We're going to also enhance the goodwill from external stakeholders by paying vendors and employees on time and establishing credit trustworthiness. So know the equation that makes this, and understand it's just teehee, make money, increase revenue, decrease expenses, okay? And then account receivables, we talked about that 500 times, okay? It looks like this is our last section. I actually don't know what this says, so let's read this together. Demonstrate how assets and liabilities are a part of the working capital. Okay, it might be just rereading the slide, but in text form. Working capital refers to both the current assets, again, inventory, cash on hand, anything that can be converted to cash, and the current liabilities, meaning that it will be paid within the current accounting abilities. All experts, however, define net working capital as the current assets minus the current liabilities, a concept that seems to remind us that the healthcare organizations are never without accumulation of debt. Okay. So next, the next one is really straightforward. It's Unit 6, Strategic Planning Principles, and that's page 18, so let's see. It's 6 pages. So, I will come back to that. I'm gonna go ahead and politely BRB because I don't know. I just need a BRB. I you know when you're like feeling the burnout, I'm like, oh, Unit 5 took so much from me. I wish maybe I worked backwards, because Unit 5 is definitely the unit I'm like less familiar with. This other things coming up are stuff that I'm more familiar with, and this one is actually super duper straightforward, so we'll go ahead and hope for the best with this one, okay? Okay, I would have taken a break an hour ago. Well, technically we did when I was having that story about the Maple Story boyfriend, because it's technically been about like an hour, or really like 45 minutes, but like, you know, if you round it up, it's basically an hour. It's okay, gamer. Babe says we get freshly baked bread from the local bakery every day. I dream of that lifestyle. Enjoy it, gamer. But yeah, I'll politely BRB. I'm gonna go cough up my lung, hydrate, pet baby peas, and raise the morale, or the goodwill of the Cup Club in just a moment. So let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat something super duper yummy, and I will see you Cubs in just a moment, okay? Okay. See you soon. Bye. Yow! Alright, thank you, Rika, for your patience. I appreciate it. I know it's a little extra. A little more than 3 minutes, but it's okay. Baby he's just being so cute, and she unlocked a new spot. So TLDR, as I lose my voice again apparently. So there's a spot when I had first moved in, and she loved like gazing at the window, and so I put like a little stool there, I guess, and she used to hang out, but she stopped hanging out there, so I was like, oh. But I put the stool back and nothing. But today is my first time seeing her on there, and it's been like months. So I kid you not. Again, I don't have a good concept of time, but I can guarantee it's been months since I last saw her there, and I'm like, oh my goodness, baby bees. And so yeah, hopefully she comes over, because she seems very happy to be petted, but she could be here at the computer, you know, being like what is the word, contortionist? she could be a contortionist over here, you know, making silly, I don't know, poses. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Rika, for your patience. Let's go ahead and come back. We still have we're on page 18 out of 51 right now. We're gonna try to see if we can get through the study guide. We're not speed running it by any means, but it does have to be done before 7 p.m. So we have about 4 more hours. I'm pretty sure we're gonna finish the guide before 4 hours. I don't really know what to do afterwards though. I had jokes saying if I was done, you know, when in 3 hours I get to go to the gym, but I might be cutting it a little close. We'll see. We'll humor whatever we need to humor right now. But let's go ahead and humor. Unit 6. So we're gonna go ahead with strategic planning and principles. This concept, as I mentioned before, is much more straightforward than whatever concept and unit we went over before. So let's talk about it, okay? So strategic planning is identifying, I'm sorry this is all highlighted by the way, can I talk about that anyway? Strategic planning is identifying a desired future state for an organization and a means to achieve it. That's the plan. It's like, I want this to be like this. Wow, amazing plan. But now we have to figure out the strategic planning process, and this is going to be mainly consisting of 2 interrelated activities, and it's going to be pretty much developing the strategic plan and executing the organization's strategy. So this development is often done with a multi-layer time horizon. So pretty much at the 3-year mark, 5-year mark, or 10-year mark, for example, and this is all going to be updated annually to see like where are we and how close we are to our goals, what are the resources we have to make this thing possible. This is all development. Executing, on the other hand, is actually going to be done continuous and is a critical factor in the management of the organization's strategic intentions, optimally providing continual feedback for the development of any plan. So I feel like, as I mentioned before, these are very straightforward. If you want a plan, you want something to happen, you need a plan for it. And that plan, you need to develop a plan, and then you need to execute that plan. The development, again, is going to maybe have an annual like, okay, where are we, testing the water sort of thing, and execution just something that's constantly going to be needing to be done, and to assess, hey, how liable is our organization right now, and for how likely is its success. So here's a little thing for the development process. The development process is not for an infinite amount of time, it's for a finite time. And really, one of the major things we're going to talk about in this unit is the SWOT analysis, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and we'll talk about that in more detail in just a moment. And then we have for execution, again, the plan may be for 3, 5, or 10 years. In 10 years, I want this to happen. Great, let's plan for it right now and execute this so this can get going within its timeline, and this is going to be critical to manage the organization's strategic intentions. So what's the point of the plan? Well, that's a silly question, but let me cough up my lung really quick. So really what you want to do is, when you plan anything really, is that you just want to focus on a direction and the actions you're going to take to make this happen. So for an example, the information or the study guide says that you can use it to help implement your company's mission. And a mission, normally you can see that like on a website or whatever. Our mission is this. A company's mission is typically why the company even exists in its first place. Like, what kind of gap is it filling, and why did the creator or the owner is like, yeah, I really think this would help out. But yes, planning can help implement the mission, vision, and goals. And at the same time, the execution would be the plan's actual implementation and monitoring. So, how to explain the importance of the strategic planning as a dynamic process? Because if we have to plan this, but the execution is something we're going to constantly monitor, how do we do this? So, planning is a very dynamic process because you pretty much have to be ready for whatever things, and a lot of the times, of course, these are going to be outside forces influencing you. So what's going to happen is that what you want to set up as a solid foundation is the SWOT analysis, the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And with the SWOT analysis, it's going to serve two important functions. They're going to go ahead and gather a snapshot of how the organization is currently interacting with the market in comparison to the internal capabilities. So basically getting that vague idea of like how it is in the market. And then what is the intended direction of the organization, and identify market opportunities and threats to the organization that they may want to address in future strategic efforts. Like, hey, I think we're feeling weak in this. What is something that we feel like we can improve on? I thought we were going to talk about it a little bit more in detail, but maybe I don't have an example of a SWOT analysis here. But I think it's pretty straightforward. Like, let's say the Cut Club is starting up a lemonade stand. What's the strength? I think we make pretty good lemonade. What's the weakness? It may not be a season for a lemonade stand. What's the opportunity? Make it the season for the lemonade stand. What are the threats? Pumpkin spice lattes. Please hire me. You saw how fast I made that SWOT analysis off the top of my head. But yeah, stuff like that. It's just really analyzing that, you know? Strengths, tip for brand. 4 years in the making, going on 5. Thank you. But yeah. Apparently I don't know how to describe the strategic planning process, but apparently it's up here, brothers. There you go. Good luck, anyone who reads this. Anyway, identify the role of a manager in a strategic planning process. So a manager is a person who manages, which is crazy. This is a concept we went over in the last exam, and it's like, wow, this is so real. But as a manager, you want to continually monitor the environment, both internal and external. Again, internal being like your staff, external being like the satisfaction of the clients. And then you want to assess and act upon any implications or trends or events that are of note. We want to go ahead as managers to understand the local market and understand the direction and intent of our organization. We want to identify ways that's going to support the organization's strategy, and we really want to ensure that everyone's pretty much on board with this idea. We want to make sure that the subordinates have the knowledge and understanding the strategy in order to continue this and get our organization going to whatever mission, goal, value, etc. that they need to meet. So now let's go ahead and move on to a different model. We talked about the SWOT analysis, but let's talk about the 5-force model. The 5-force model can be defined as a competitive analysis model that looks at 5 markets or industry forces that, when combined, demonstrate the attractiveness of competing in a particular market. This is also developed by a Harvard University professor, Michael Porter, so thank you, Michael Porter. So the 5-force model, when adapted into healthcare, it can be used to analyze the interactions between the power of, and I guess I'll just like write this in numbers because it helps my brain. You read his book? You're so funny. That's so funny. It's funny how it all comes together. I hope the book was very useful to you. Yes, the SPY market model, it's going to demonstrate the attractiveness when competing with another competitive market. So the 5 is going to be the healthcare workforce, the power of consumers and payers, innovations in technology, the regulatory environment, and the competitive rivalry. And here's some of the pictures right here to demonstrate what the 5 model is. Or, sorry, the 5 force model is. So we have right here, we have also right here. So this is the market assessment of using 5 elements, you know? So again, the power of the healthcare workers, technology, environment, rivalry, power of the consumers and payers. The 5 force model is understanding the threats of new entrants. So anyone entering on our playing field is going to be like, ooh. The threats of a substitute. So maybe people don't like lemonade anymore. Maybe they like their Crystal Light lemonade. It's like, no. Bargaining power of buyers. Basically, we can't make any money if no one buys, so boo-hoo, boo-hoo. The bargaining power of suppliers. Can't make any lemonade if they charge $5 per lemon, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. And rivalry among existing companies. These are going to be our 5 forces are going to influence this. I'm going to go ahead and continue reading off this, so I apologize. Adulting sucks? Yeah, adulting sucks! Yeah! Wait, what? Why does adulting suck? Out of curiosity. Just asking. Teehee. Haha. Ho ho. But yeah. It's interesting even though it sounds pretty simple, but it goes deep. Yeah, no, the guy wrote a whole book, I bet. The concept is relatively superficial though. But I understand what details in there can influence it and blah 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 blah. Yeah, again, I hope the book was good. So the information gleaned regarding the interaction of these 5 forces, healthcare workforce field, consumers and payers, innovations, technology, regulatory environment, competitive rivalry in these markets, is matched against the organization's mission, vision, and value statements. 5 force model, 5 forces when combined determine the attractiveness of the market, and healthcare 5 forces are these things: technology, environment, rivalry, power, consumer, payers, per healthcare forces. Oh, here's your SWOT, brother. Yeah, so we talked about strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. The S and W, or strengths and weaknesses, are going to describe the organization's internal factors that affect interaction with the market, while the opportunities and threats are going to identify market characteristics that influence the ability to succeed in the market. And this is going to be our foundation for that dynamic planning, but really gives the basis for growth and projecting our strength. Oh, here's a whole slide. Are these just all the slides? Okay, alright, give that a moment then. You're trying to roll off funds from an old HAA? Why you gotta fill out papers and forms and stuff? They gotta make sure it's you. Sorry, gamer. I don't know why they don't have an electronic version though. That's wacky. But it is what it is. No worries, gamer. But yeah. It can be applied to so many contexts? Good. Me not starting a business. Good. Anyway, so strategic planning. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Gold star, thank you so much. Smile or nod, smile or nod. Thank you for being here. Welcome on in. Alright, so the process of identifying market trends and developing an executing a strategy to benefit from the market. Two-step process is development and execution. And the execution again is going to be the implementations and monitoring of our process. Strategic plan development again is to reaffirm those missions and visions. A mission again is going to be the statement which defines your organization does. It's going to define the business and it's going to communicate why your business even exists. The vision is the ideal future for the organization. It's the ideal future of what the organization wants to work towards realizing. And again, with the strategic planning, our SWOT analysis, we could develop organization goals around these findings and develop organizational objectives that will assist in realizing organization goals. So this is going to help us decide about objectives about maybe prioritizing new product lines and services, maybe stop some of these things if they're not doing too well, marketing initiatives, and budgeting. We talked about SWOT analysis 500 times. Organization goals are going to be set up by the administration, so we're going to set expectations, guide employees' efforts, and the strategic plan, again with the timeline within the 3, 5, or 10 years. The execution, again, is going to be the process of implementation monitoring. I feel like maybe I put these slides in out of order or something, because no way this is happening, but it's okay, it's whatever, it's okay, it's almost done. Puts initiatives identifying as necessary to achieve organization goals in the practice, routinely assess the progress towards organization goals are being made, and changes to strategy as necessary. And last but not least, what are some barriers to successful strategic planning? So it's going to be the organization culture, maybe a lack of focus, poor leadership, limited resources, and just poor monitoring or assessment of outcomes. So maybe there was the wrong tool used. Maybe there was too much assessment, which is like, huh? And really there was maybe not enough assessment. You gotta get that sweet middle ground, you know? Alright, so for communication and teamwork, we're gonna move on to Unit 7. With this means we only have 2 more units to go, so I'm very happy with that. So let's talk about teamwork, baby! Cubs, how are we gonna open up our lemonade stand if we don't have the power of teamwork? Alright. Oh, quick sip of water really quick, okay? One moment. I left my water bottle on the floor again. Teamwork! Yeah, teamwork. So, rehabilitation teams, the goals for the clients, again, together as an organization in this particular rehab, is going to be maximizing functional abilities, maximizing psychosocial abilities, improve quality of life, improve the 3 dimensions of disability. So, we briefly talked about the ICF model in other lectures in the past. A year ago probably. And the ICF model is the internal classification of functioning. So we assess a person not just off their disorder, disease, or condition, but how does that affect their body structure? How does that affect their activity, their walking, their standing, their running? How does that affect their participation into hobbies and life? Who do they live with? What are some environmental factors? Like, the list goes on about what the ICF is. And in this case, again, excuse me, I felt like I was gonna burp, sorry. We want to improve body structure and function impairment. So, hey, you say you have weak muscles, we'll try to strengthen them. Activity limitations, you have problem walking long distances, okay, let's walk. Participations, you're not able to go to church with your grandson on Sundays, okay, let's go ahead and see what we can do then, okay? Okay, but yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, for sure. So teamwork in a general thing is a group of people working together to achieve a common goal, and the effective teamwork is to enhance patient outcome, or effective teamwork enhances patient outcomes because we're working as a team. And for healthcare teams, we have intraprofessional, interprofessional, cross-functional, task forces and committees, and virtual teams. So we have within the profession, without the profession, within the same discipline, cross-functioning, so different, basically as different people from different backgrounds interacting and making sure like, hey, this patient is getting the care that they deserve. So what is a team? Again, we had to find it, but here's another paragraph in case you're like, what is a team? A team is a group of people with complementary skills who are committed to a common approach for which they hold themselves mutually accountable, working together to achieve a common goal. So some key words are individuals, I can't say individuals apparently, shared purpose, commitment, goals, and uniqueness. So what are some characters and challenges of teamwork? So for characteristics, just see the definition above forehead. I won't scroll. Challenges though of teamwork is going to be that, and this is like a list from a slide, so please forgive me. But challenges from teamwork is formal teamwork educational training for healthcare workers is rare. If anyone who is in these 3 groups, again, whether you are in tech, admin, finances, or what was the third option we said? Healthcare. If you're my healthcare cubs, you understand that teamwork is not like a fun haha course that we get. I think these are just skills that you gain over life. So I can understand why teamwork is rare, but it kind of stinks because I realize that some people stay in their lane a little bit too much, and that could be very detrimental to the patient that they're treating. It's really important to have this communication and be a team with maybe like some other therapists that they may be seeing, like, oh, maybe they have problems with something at home and they're not able to do some activities of daily living. Maybe we'll send them over to an occupational therapist. Hey, they're showing some red flags when I did my initial evaluation. Hey, I can't diagnose you with cancer, but some of the signs that you're saying with this night pain and pain that doesn't go away and all this other stuff, and this weight loss of 10 pounds more than like in more than a month, yeah, I think there's something seriously wrong with you, gamer, and I think we need to analyze this. I need to send you over to your primary care physician so they can order the test and make that call, you know? That's why teamwork is important. But there's no like how to be a team player in the healthcare field. But developing teams and facilitating team activities are recognized competencies for healthcare managers. I don't know why that's a challenge. And little formal preparation teamwork in undergrad and grad healthcare management education programs. So this, right, again, I feel like it's such a life skill. But I feel like maybe there's some people who are very sheltered, or maybe some people who there's this like not speculation, drama quotation marks in one post that had went over my feed. And it was just like a really small post of like, hey, you know, sometimes when people go like the super duper medical path, like they go to become a doctor, sometimes that's all they do, like, and their parents support them or whoever supports them, and they just focus on school the whole time and they get on the medical track and blah 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 blah. I realized those people don't have a job. Like they probably never worked before, and getting to become a doctor in your career is your first job, which sounds like, oh, what's the problem? Cubs, I cannot tell you, I've worked a multitude of jobs in my life so far. Just because I thought, hey, I think the experience would be fun. Hey, I like the idea of free food, let's work at a food restaurant. Hey, I want to learn how to make coffee, I want to be a barista. But I've interacted and worked with such a large diversity of people that I feel like, you know, you need those people skills, so to completely skip that step as a doctor is like crazy. Zero soft skills? Yeah! That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, it's okay to have the hard skills, good on you, but like, you need the soft skills too. Have you ever heard of bedside manner? Brother, there's some people who severely lack that. I'm like, who do you talk to? Hi, welcome. Spots says, bro, I worked at a catering company, the free food was immaculate. Brother, that's why I was very adamant about working in I wanted to actually work at a restaurant. Like, can I tell you, Cubs, really small tangent? Because of my cutesy bubbly personality, I was recommended to be like a waitress at one point, but I really don't like waitress pay. Like, I like obviously that, oh, you could get tips, you could come back home with hundreds of dollars in one day, sure, whatever, right? But I was just so like nervous about that. I'm like, I kind of need something more stable. So I've done like everything besides that, but sometimes I wish I could go back a little bit and be like, I should humor it. I should humor the $2 an hour. Rely on tips, it's fine, it's whatever. Sure. What else was I gonna say? Nope, it left me. Oh yeah, but free food, yay. Well, it says I had a doctor like that, and you could tell it's so crazy. Stability is so poggers. I love financial stability as much as the next cub, you know? Oh my goodness. But yeah. Soft skills. I think soft skills are learned. I think having like a formal lecture like it's a little redundant, a little silly, but you know, maybe some people really do need it. So what are some components of teamwork? Well, communication, collaboration, trust, roles and responsibilities, coordination, problem solving, support, and commitment. Wow, very cool teamwork. So what are the types of teamwork? So really she wants us to focus on two, which is the inter and multi. So inter is just working between two disciplines and working together on the same project jointly and pretty much working with shared goals. Like think of physical therapists, occupational therapists. Sure. Multidisciplinary. Now this is where we're gonna get like the PCP, maybe the cardiologist. Everyone's working on this team project, and this team project is this patient. So multidisciplinary is going to be working across and beyond several disciplines, involves providers from relevant disciplines as well as stakeholders, and a shared common framework with shared goals and shared skills. So tee haha, ho ho. It feels like she wants to emphasize on something. Nah. Nina says rely on tips. That's me with Pomodoro. Sorry, gamer. You can still have your own secret Pomodoro if you really want to. Watch. Pomo 5. Hurry the heck yeah. There you go. You still have the super sweet bot. You just won't know the time. But it's whatever. What are the qualities of effective teams? Alright, the qualities of effective teams and the teamwork they provide are clear and open, effective lines of communication. Goals clearly stated. Sufficient resource available. Committed to the process and product. Ongoing evaluation of interactions and services. Trust is built and maintained. Leadership is strong. Organizational support for teamwork is available. System thinking prevails. Teamwork. Here's the effective and non-effective characteristics. Effective teamwork, which is also relating to successful teamwork, is clear aims and priorities, clear lines of accountability, understanding of the team's process and the team's members' role and responsibilities with it, recognition of the importance of operational procedures and culture, respect the other skill set and responsibilities within the clinical setting. Wow, just be a decent person. That's insane. Non-effective teamwork is going to be differences in priorities and aims, confusion about accountability, poor understanding of the team's process and roles within the responsibilities within it, failure to recognize operational procedures and cultures, and inadequate responsibility for other skill sets and responsibilities. Crazy. TLDR, know what you're doing in a team, and if you're not a team player, you suck. So what are the 4 stages of team formation according to Tuckman? So Tuckman had this really wacky graph, and I'm just gonna keep it right here. He had 4 stages of team formation, and I'm sure you cubs may have had this here. Grow in empathy? Yeah, empathy. Yeah. I said apathy for a moment. I was like, oh wait. Grow in empathy. Get your soft skill cubs. You never worked a job before? Get one. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I have like a strong take. It's not even strong. I think if you're ever gonna pick up 2 jobs in your life, I think you have to pick your poison, and you have to either pick retail or fast food. One of those, or both of those. Both of those, you get 2 gold stars. And you will learn so much humility and how to deal with people so fast. And you will never be like, I don't know, sorry, let's not stereotype here, but a Karen. You will never be a Karen ever if you're even vaguely familiar with those backgrounds and how to work those jobs. Also, you could just be a decent person, but like, you know. Gosh darn it. Spot says I was so terrified of getting my first job. Aw, it's okay, baby. Honestly, I've been wanting to work since I was like 14. Not for any particular reason, but like my mama bearcat didn't really make a lot of money growing up, so I'm like, as soon as I'm able to legally work, I'll work. And in the US, you're able to legally work at 18, no issues, but there were some places that hired you as early as 14. Now, would they really want to hire you as a 14-year-old? No, but there's some places that legally were able to do that. Did I ever get hired as a 14-year-old? No, I got hired when I was forever 17 plus 1. And it was a retail job, so that was funny. Make the money. I'm going to make the money. All the money. I regret not like noting down how much I made for my first job, because I just think it'd be really funny. But anyway, Cubs, give me actually one moment. I forgot something. Hold on. I have to write something down. Sorry. Alright, now that I got that out of the way, I had to write that down before I completely forgot. I used to be really good with making like a little task list. Have not done that in a hot minute, so I'm kind of like, oh, I gotta get these done in a little bit. Teehee. Anyway. Enough tangenting. Team formations! So team formations is something that I'm sure all of you who have worked in a team, I'm sure, have experienced. So we have 4 stages according to Tuckman's model. So we have forming. So this is our baby. It's our baby one. Oh, thank you, Sweetbot. Really appreciate it. Anyway, our forming is going to be when we form the team. There's a lot of questioning, a lot of socializing, a displaying of eagerness because you're like, oh yeah, wow, team, I love people. Focusing on the group identity and purpose, and we're just sticking to very safe topics. After a while, you may get to storming, so maybe there's a little bit of resistance, a lack of participation from some people, conflict, competition, and high emotions. Norming is basically kind of doing that reconciliation. From the storming, there's a little bit of relief and lowered anxiety because you're kind of like, you're excited, then you realize, oh, I'm not as excited, oh, conflict, and it's like, okay guys, calm it down. The members are now engaging and supportive, and they're developing cohesion. And performing is that we have demonstration of independence in the group. It's a healthy system, everyone knows their roles, ability as a team to produce effectively, and balance of task and process orientation. So yay! But says at my catering job, most of the clients were like big organizations or companies. We did this one company at a hangar, and the CEO thought it'd be so cool to arrive via jet plane. Why am I reading that wrong? I'm sorry. Via private jet! So the night of the event, he landed in front of the hangar holding in his fancy private jet, red carpet and all. But karma works his magic and the homie tripped on his way down. No! Nah! I feel so bad because he probably thought he was so cool, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know, I've never been raised, or I don't know, I'm a wild bearcat. Ah! No, but it's the idea of, I guess if I had those resources, I'll be like, oh, I really want to keep up to theme. Hee. I think I wouldn't fly in a private jet, but maybe like you just like, what is the word? Oh, what is the word when the planes are not flying, but they're on the runway and they're just walking, I guess. I don't know, but I feel so bad. Taxiing! Yeah, taxi. I'll be like, okay, bring me over. Thank you so much. Now if you like flew into like a little circle, I'll be like, all right, sir. Sorry, hold on. But since I felt so bad for all the workers though, because I'm like, this is an event for y'all and your boss landed his private jet in front of ya? Yeah. We'll get that fixed soon. Maybe. Who knows? We'll fix the power dynamic maybe in a decade. Maybe. Anyway. This is the Tuckman's form again. I'll just read the first sentences really quick. So again, forming, storming, norming, performing. Forming is when the team is formed. Storming is when there's initial conflict and resistance when first coming to the table. Norming is, again, we're getting together and being like, brother, it's okay. And we're lowering anxiety from that storming phase. And the performing is when the team members become independent and the task and process orientation is achieved. Yay. Sorry, I feel like I have to burp again. Oh, sushi, why? Anyway, so what are the costs of teamwork? Well, it takes time. It takes commitment. There's some opportunity costs working in a team. And a perceived loss of autonomy. So basically, you don't feel like your own person because you have to consider what the group needs. So, hee hee, haha, ho ho. So what are some how-tos of the team process? Basically, again, you see how redundant this chapter is? Holy heck. You want to have clear goals, you want to establish the roles, you want to foster open communication and trust, you want to make sure you're having collaborative efforts with your teammate, and you really just want to monitor progress and feedback, okay? So what are some of the questions you may ask when joining a team? And we're going to go ahead and read that in just a moment. Hi, Apple. Hi, welcome. Hi, gamer. Hi. You made it at the, oh my gosh, we're past the halfway point already. You're on page 30 out of 51 of our study guide. Cubs, I actually might be able to go out to work out. Do I really want to work out today? I really don't. But I have to keep up my 3 times a week. Ah! Obligations of paying for a gym monthly too. Ah! Anyway, I'm like, maybe I could go tomorrow because I think for whatever reason my pediatrics exam is at 7:30 instead of 7. So I'm like, well, if I go tomorrow. Actually, let me check something really quick. Sorry, Cubs. I'll have to go on our little time together. No, the class on Thursday starts at 6:30. No! You got this. You will work out. You will like it. No! There's a Pilates class at 5:45. I haven't done Pilates. Yeah, I guess I could. Maybe, but maybe I won't. Anyway, sorry. This is just me being like, huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? Okay, sorry. I'm getting distracted. But I will look at this again. Okay. I'll debate on it. Anyway, so when you're first joining a group, what are some questions you want to ask? So you want to see what are the goals of the team. This is really important because you can see what their expectations are. How would they be measured? So we want to assess the quality and productivity of the team. We want to ask what are the short-term and long-term deadlines. So we want to assess performance. When and where does the team meet? We want to figure out our schedule. To whom do I report to? You want to talk about that and see who your direct supervisor is. You want to figure out what your role is on the team and what are your responsibilities. Did we get into a new chapter by accident? Because I'm seeing some orange in here. Uh-oh. I think we might have gotten into a new chapter. Oh, right here. Chapter 8. Alright, we're almost done. I have no idea why I started highlighting these in orange. My bad. Anyway, what are some characteristics of effective healthcare? We have our triple aim and we have the characteristics right here. So characteristics of effective healthcare is having it client-centered. So basically the client is involved in the treatment. They get the choice, they get to choose, they get the options, they get the knowledge of knowing what would be best for them. Understanding that's goal-orientated and outcome-orientated. We want the best for them. 2 is that's comprehensive, so we're involving the whole healthcare team. We have to understand maybe they may have some comorbidities that need to be addressed by other professionals outside of us. We want to make sure it's holistic, which is debatable for some people, of course, but this is the idea of we want to treat the mind, body, spirit kind of thing, the whole person, right? That's how they sum it up. But all in all, it's just treating the person as a person and not just a disorder. And then we want to have a systems or theory approach to this sort of thing, and that's going to be the characteristics of effective healthcare. What are some characteristics of a good manager? A decent person. Let's just leave it at that. What is a participative work climate? So a participative work climate is going to be a workplace environment where employees are actively encouraged to contribute ideas and feedback. Members involve team members to make decision-making processes, emphasis on the collaboration, open communication, and shared responsibilities. It's going to enhance trust, engagement, and a sense of ownership among the employees. And what are some of the findings from the research on the teams? So what's going to happen from here is that we are going to decide that we're going to have diverse teams often produce more creative and innovative solutions. Huh? Oh, Atexali, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Clear goals and roles improve team effectiveness. We're going to have trust and open communication, which is crucial for high performance. We're going to have teams with strong cohesion and alignment, which tend to achieve better outcomes, and effective leadership that can significantly boost team morale and productivity. So here's some research on the teams of like why teams good. Not good to be loner with project, good to have many people. So from that, we're going to go ahead and move on to Unit 8. So now we're on page 31 out of 51. Apparently, I must have spaced a little bit too hard. We have about just 20 more pages to go, 2 more units. I won't take a break. Let's see if we can get through this. This one is a little not as straightforward either. I feel like with teamwork, it's just like teamwork, be a good person, soft skills, empathy, teamwork, good, always consider a patient. Now we're going to move on to Unit 8, which is quality, accreditations, and outcome, and what is healthcare quality and why is it important. The idea is straightforward. Some of the concepts may be a little bit redundant, so I do apologize in advance, but making progress. Yeah, that's me. I'm making progress. Yeah, I'm so happy. I'd be happier if I'm done. Anyway, let me check something really quick. Okay, we're good, gamers. So what is healthcare quality? Healthcare quality is to ensure that the healthcare services are safe, effective, patient-centered, timely, efficient, and equitable. But why is it important? Well, healthcare quality, very important for multiple reasons. Can prevent medical errors. You know, people die from that. Just putting that out there. Reduce complications that people can die from. Improve patient recovery times and enhance patient satisfaction and trust. It really sucks because if you're from the USA, we actually score really poorly worldwide when it comes to healthcare quality. And that I think we're pretty high on the list of people who die from complications. So very interesting. But like they die from complications and I think also medical errors. So very interesting. Don't get sick in the US. But the next thing we need to understand is the role of the IOM, which is the Institute of Medicine, and defining the quality of care. So we're going to just go ahead and read off this PowerPoint slide and then rinse and repeat, okay? So the role of IOM, the Institute of Medicine, is to understand that this is the degree to which health services for individuals or population increase the likelihood of desired health outcomes and are consistent with the current professional knowledge. I'm not surprised when people are afraid to call an ambulance. Oh yeah, that's just because it's money. What is it, like $9,000? Like, brother, you can get an Uber. If you're not bleeding out, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Anyway, Donabedian conception of quality is structure, process, and outcome. So the structure is going to be quality personnel and facilities. The process is going to be the quality processes in both the management and production. Management and production being, again, part of the process. And the outcome is the quality resulting from the application of the structural and process variables. So anywhere here and here. So what does this mean again with the IOM? I summed it up with the likelihood of desired health outcomes that are consistent with evidence-based practice. So basically we're keeping up with the latest knowledge of how to treat XYZ disease and having that quality to treat that patient to get the outcomes that they deserve, you know? You've seen the numbers anywhere from 200 to 600 miles per hour? That is insane! That is crazy. You know, I don't know if you've seen these cubs, but there's actually people who have opened up their own ambulance services. And I just think that's a concept for sure. You know, get your money however you need, but like, gosh darn it, you know? You see them all the time when you drive. It's crazy! I'm like, I'm not calling you. I'm sorry. But anyway, understand the appropriate use of limited resources in healthcare delivery. So you know what? The staffing that we have, pretty limited. So really just taking not a micro, but a macro, I know we're going back to economics, macro view of the healthcare system. And we want to take account of the personnel shortage in the healthcare industry. And this is going to include many of our healthcare professionals, such as physicians, nurses, PTs, OTs, etc. Limited resources are available and the demand is outpacing supply. It's critically important to ensure quality of care if this is going to be our case. Again, limited resources and the demand outpacing, you know? They don't even use it like actual ambulances too. They're just bulky old cars. That's crazier. That's such a concept. I mean, again, get your money however you want, but you're not getting mine. It's like we'll check your blood pressure, I guess. We can. There'll be one person in the back. We can't do much else. Good luck, gamer. Blah. Anyway. So the conception of quality again is the structure, process, and outcome. Structure again is going to be the people inside, the internal. Think of maybe your foundation, the personnel and facilities. The process is the management and production, and the outcomes is the combination of the two. So the impacts on clinical quality management. Oh, excuse me. This is going to be briefly talking about something we had mentioned earlier, but we're going to talk about overuse. Oh, I'm sorry, my eyes are. Anyway, we're gonna talk about overuse, underuse, and misuse. Misuse? Dies. Anyway, so why is quality important? Because we need to understand these three factors. So for underuse, this is failure to provide a service whose benefit is greater than its risk. 54.9% of patients receive recommended care, but the other half don't. So it's an underuse thing that people are offering to be like, hey, this would be pretty beneficial. It's greater than the risk, and people are just not doing or not using it. It's just underuse. Overuse is when the use of the service when the risk outweighs its benefits, or it actually has no additional benefits. You're just using it and like losing money. And this could be due to antibiotics and diagnostic tests, which are good things but can be overused, unfortunately. Excuse me. And for misuse, risk that the service provided is badly and it reduces the benefits to the patient. So this could be medical errors or medication errors, which can be pretty, But yeah, understanding the various elements of quality insurance and the multiple approaches it uses to maintain it. So we have again the definition based off the process. We have this of 5 dimensions, but she didn't mention this, so I'm not going to read that. And focus. These are all things to ensure quality, insurance, and improvement. So what are methods commonly seen in the quality improvement movement? Well, before we talk about that, let's talk about our QA, or the insurance. Assurance is assessing the past performance against benchmarks or performance standards, so this is a retrospective act. If it's not met, there has to be an action plan that's going to be developed to make sure that we do reach those goals. This is going to be focusing on solving problems, event-based, it's who-focused, follows an organizational structure, and it's a top-down approach. The quality improvement, the QI, this is going to operate on a continuous improvement frame of reference, so it's introspective, like how can we constantly improve? We're going to focus on improving processes. It's process-based rather than event-based. It's why focus of why we need to do this quality improvement. It's going to follow patients, and it's a bottom-up approach. So what are the federal, state, local, and private regulatory agencies involved in quality? Couldn't tell you. Anyway, what are the 5 elements? So unfortunately, I was not able to find 5. I found this one that had 6. There's something called lean in healthcare, which I thought is very funny because I'm 100% sure this is before like lean getting popular in subcultures. But basically, the continuous improvement scale can go from here, the lean scale. So it's understanding the attitude of continuous improvement, that we're going to value creation, we're going to have a unity of purpose, we're going to respect for people who do the work, visualization, and flexible regimen. So be a decent person, let's work together to help improve, let's not stay stagnant. Yeah. This is the same thing basically, but lean is also known as the Toyota production system. Lean is capitalized to like be an abbreviation for something, but nowhere in my textbooks or PowerPoint has it defined it yet, so sorry gamers, sorry, you have to deal with me also not knowing the definition, sorry. So let's go ahead and understand and describe the importance of various quality improvement tools, so the mapping processes and the analyzing processes. So when we're talking about quality improvement tools, there's actually there's like this cute graph. So let's start off with data collection. Data collection is going to check the sheet. It's going to be the charting abstractions or chart audits. So all this data collection to help improve quality. From there, we're going to do a process analysis, which is the cause and effect. There's also a fishbone diagram, but I don't think I put that anywhere. Gomenisawi and the Pareto chart, which I have no idea what that is. And if she didn't mention it, I'm not going into detail with it. And then we have the process mapping, which is the flow chart right here. And a workflow diagram. Lean is not an acronym, brother. Why did this is crazy. What a wacky name to give it then. Huh? What? Huh? Anyway, you want to familiarize yourself with common elements of quality and quality insurance, measurements, metrics, methods of data collection, reliability, integrated reliability. So there's different models that can be used, such as the focus PDCA, which is the find, organize, classify, understand, and select, and then plan, do, check, act, which we're going to look at in just a moment. And here we are. Focus, find, identify a process problem, organize, put together a team to work on process, clarify, use techniques to clarify the problem using a flowchart or mapping. You understand and collect data to document the problem. And S, identify process improvement for implementation. For the plan, do, check, act cycle, we want to create an implementation plan to process to the next level. That's our plan. Then we want to do, implement, and test a new process. Then we want to check, which means to evaluate, measure the process, and assess outcomes. And then we're going to go ahead and act, and we're going to go ahead and ensure continuation of newly implemented processes. And if it's successful, or we do the process if it's not successful. So wham wham, basically keep it up if it's good and throw it away if it's bad. Here's another thing about the plan, do, act, or plan, do, study, act. So this is a PDSA flowchart. So for the planning, we want to set improvement goals and predict what will happen. We want to plan the cycle of who, what, where, how, and we want to decide what data to gather. For the do, we do want to carry out the plan and document any problems encountered and observations, and we do just want to gather data. The study is that we're going to do a full analysis of this data and compare the data to the predictions that we had when we were trying to plan it and examine the learning. And for the act, what changes need to be made to the next cycle? If not changes, roll out the improvements. So again, PDCA, so instead of study we have check, and instead of PDCA we have PDSA, which is with the study. But all in all, again, it's plan, do, act. It's either check or study. This concept was a little bit weird to me. I found it outside a different resource, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to see if we can make sense of this together, okay? And then we have let me count pages. 1. I didn't count them. What? Alright, we have about 5 more pages to go, and then I could take a little baby break maybe, if I don't yap for the next 13 minutes, because if I do, then that means we're gonna automatically have a 3-minute ad break. Oh no! Okay. So, in the study guide, she talks about process variation and statistical process control. She wants us to know common cause variation, special cause variation. All this, I'm like, huh? What? So please forgive me as I read through this and smile and nod. Hi! Thank you for politely licking. Welcome on in. Pain in my tummy. Alright, so process variation is going to refer to the natural variability in a process which can affect the process or the performance and outcome. So that makes sense. Variation and the process, okay. Statistical process control, or SPC, is a method used to monitor and control a process to ensure it's operational to its fullest by identifying and minimizing variation. Process control, okay. We want to control the variations and make sure we're doing good. Alright, so what is a common cause variation? Common cause is going to be... Monte says it's called lean because of the lean production system of the Japanese. Lean as in thin because they made small factory, it seems. Oh. Okay, thank you. I'm like... I was thinking lean like when you lay on something, like I'm leaning at the void. What a comfy void, Or I guess lean can also mean thin, and that's what it's referencing to, but that's actually really funny. Thank you for digging that up, I appreciate it. But yeah, common cause variation is going to be the inherent random variation that naturally occurs in the process over time due to factors such as materials, equipment, or environmental conditions. So this is the same thing as the process, but we're talking about the common cause because anything that you do is going to require common things like material, equipment, and environmental conditions. Apparently, this variation is generally predictable within a certain range and is stable unless the process itself changes. So if that's a common cause, we have the special cause, which is variations that arise from specific identifiable sources outside the usual process, such as the machine malfunctions, human error, or unusual environmental conditions. It signals that something's wrong with the process and it requires investigation and corrections. Cool. That makes all sense when I read them out now. Read them out loud. So thank you, cuz, for hearing my beautiful study and reading voice. Thank you. Alright, last few things for this unit. What are the CMC quality measures? So CMC quality measures stands for the Center in Medicare and Medicaid Services. And the quality measures are going to be the standards used to evaluate and improve the quality of healthcare across various settings. They're going to track outcomes, processes, patient experiences, and organization structures or systems associated with delivering high-quality care. This is going to be used to monitor performances, incentivize improvements, and support informed decision-making for patients and providers. So, all this to say that this information is actually public. One of the assignments we had to do for this course, the only thing I've been grateful for so far because it made the most sense, is they gave us like random samples depending on what our name was based off. And they're like, if your name starts with this, do this. And my example was like, imagine your parent got into a motor vehicle accident, God forbid. And it's the idea of like, now they need to learn how to do XYZ again. Where are you going to put them? Are you going to put them in an acute hospital or nursing home? And whatever you decide to choose, go to this website of the Medicaid or Medicare, both I guess, and you can go ahead and find like the closest facility next to you. I ended up choosing a nursing home because that was going to be a temporary thing. I had occupational and physical therapists to help kind of with the goals of like, oh, you want to learn how to walk and do your like dressing again? Oh, okay, send them over there. Oh my goodness, what I was gonna say. Yeah, you can find the location, you could see where they scored, and you can compare them to other like local clinics. So it's actually really neat, but it's also really scary to see some of the scores on some of these. Like, nursing homes don't really have the greatest rep, Anyway, tee ha ha ho ho. So there's some quality measures depending on what kind of facility you go to. So if you're doing acute care, they measured like the communication among staff, the responsiveness, toileting because you don't want your patient to have incontinence in their bed, pain control, communication about medications, cleanliness, quietness, discharge planning, and education, overall rating and recommendations to others. For nursing facilities, we want to show the outcome measures for improved function from point A to point B, if they were readmitted into the hospital within 30 days, if they had an ER visit within 30 days, if they were discharged to community, if they reported moderate to severe pain, or just any new or worsening pressure injuries. That's for short term. Our long term is going to be, did independent movement worsen? Are they getting up to go wherever they need? Did they need increased assistance with activities of daily living? Is there weight loss? Falls with major injuries? UTIs, urinary tract infections? Report moderate to severe pain? High-risk residents with PIs? I don't know what that is, I'm sorry. And low-risk residents with urinary or bowel incontinence. Like, again, if some of these measures are high like this, you do not want a high thing of like, oh, patient is losing independent movement. Like, what are they doing? Like, you have trained professionals to go do these things, so why are they worsening and not maintaining, if not even getting better? For inpatient rehab facilities, let's say you get admitted to the hospital and you're going to be there for a little bit, some other outcome measures or measures we're going to assess is to see if they have a new or worsening PI. Maybe it means prior injury. Yeah. Infections, unplanned remission within 30 days, a preventable in-stay hospital readmission, a fall with a major injury, discharge to community, and functional outcome measures. So we're going to go ahead and assess their mobility and self-care to see, hey, is it okay to discharge them from this inpatient rehab facility, and are they going to be safe when they're going back home? For hospital readmissions and acquired conditions, we want to go ahead and check out stuff such as bloodstream infections, UTIs, surgical site infections, or a more bloodstream infections such as maybe like staph. And last but not least, hospital-acquired conditions. We want to assess if they're getting any of these, which they shouldn't be, but it happened, and if there's a high rate of this, then that means they're not really getting the care that they need. So pressure injuries, this was really gross when I had, what was that course? It was wound care. It was basically a course dedicated to wound care, and it was horrendous to see these stages of what these pressure sores get into. Don't look up the scale of pressure sores if you're a little squeamish, but it can get really gnarly. So 3 and 4 is pretty bad. VTE, I don't know what that is, but I know what DVT is, the deep vein thrombosis, so gotta be careful for that. I assume these two are about infections, falls with injury, a foreign body retained after surgery, so maybe they left the scalpel in the surgery, and now we have to get it out, and air embolism, and the blood incompatibility, so maybe you I don't actually know blood compatibility, so I won't speak on that. But yeah, last but not least, we'll move on for our last 9 pages, it looks like, about human resources. So yay! We'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll politely wrap up in a little bit. Okay? Okay. Cubs, in a few minutes an ad is going to play anyway, so I'm going to take the time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, pet baby peas for morale, and we could get through this last little bit together, okay? And then we'll be done. We'll be done with the next exam. Or this exam that I have at 7 o'clock. Well, we'll do our very best, okay? I'll see you Cubs in just a little bit. Please take care of yourselves and see you in a little bit, okay? Bye! Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Cubs? I don't even know what to say right now. Thank you for the welcome back. So listen, I normally stand up and stretch at a little idle meeting, whatever, right? I went to my bathroom and I saw this like brown thing on the toilet seat, and I was like a turd? Like what? Like what happened? Did baby peas like poop on the seat? Like what's happening here? No. There's a frog on my toilet seat. I need a pee and there's a frog on my toilet seat. So I don't know what to do. Yeah, I have a picture. I'm gonna post it. I had tried to ask like friends. I'm like, hey, what do I do? And I was gonna get baby peas pee on the frog. I don't think it would benefit anyone right now. All right, I know. I feel like she like, I don't know how to say it. I feel like she's jinxed me or something. Is there a frog or so? I have no idea. I have no idea. I put the picture, images, and videos, and you Cubs can determine whether what you could. Why is he there? So I don't know. I'm gonna send it to Ryan too. I'm gonna be like, hey, by the way, I mean this in the kinds of ways. Like, heck you. How dare you? Like, I've never seen like a frog or a toad in like 500 years, and now that's all I see now. So I'm just gonna send a picture and say, this is your fault. This guy is on my toilet seat. This guy is on my toilet seat. Sister, just grab it, brother. I can't. I'm so weirdly squeamish. I don't even have like a plastic cup or anything. Just grab it. Oh. And you know what? Baby peas would be so activated. I don't know how it got there. I don't know how it got there. So yeah, it's a frog. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I have to grab it, but I was gonna have baby peas handle it, but baby peas is very comfy right now, so I don't know. Okay, name it. I'll be back. I'll be back? Question mark. I just didn't want to go away. It's so long, but I'm just like, oh, I don't know. I had to put like on my BRB screen. Hey, Cubs. BRB trying to get frog out of the bathroom. All right, and you know what? We'll put that color in like black or something. Of like a little. Yeah, sure. Will Tip be back? Yeah, I hope. Hopefully, if I don't die from the frog. Alright, I just wanted to give you Cubs the heads up because I just don't know. There's really no reason why that guy is there. But I'll politely be. I'll let you Cubs know. And if that guy is just not there when I'm back, I'm just gonna continue on my lectures and live like I never saw that guy. Okay? Alright, BRB. Yeah. Yeah, I'm screwed. I lost him. I looked, I turned on the lights, and I literally, please excuse my language, I looked in the bathroom, I was like, fuck. Where is he? I was like, oh, goodness gracious. He's not on the toilet seat anymore, so where is he? And I thought I heard like the tiniest like plop onto like the side. He's gone back into the walls. Yeah, that's a peace problem now. I'm either I find him dead from peace or just living in my house, or I actually find him. But I have no idea what to do with that. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with like any like I could remove a spider, or worse. What do you mean or worse? What's worse than death? Like, wait. Huh? Oh. I'm waiting for the worst. But yeah, sorry about that. I don't know. I don't know what happened. You don't want to find him raiding your fridge at 4 a.m.? I don't want to paranoia you. Please don't say that. You can paranoia me. It's fine. Look, listen. Whatever paranoia you're gonna instill in me is not the amount to say. It's never gonna compete with the amount of paranoia my mama bearcat has injected into my veins. So it's fine. Oh my goodness. But we'll politely see. Again, I really just thought I would find him still on the seat there. What if it's inside your toilet? That is quite a possibility there. That's a later Tippa problem. Look, listen. As long as I don't need to do any bowel movements today, I think I'm good. You know, I will cut all hydrate redeems. I won't go to the gym, or if I will go to the gym, like I don't know. But anyway, that's so funny. Flush and check. Oh, I closed the toilet seat. Like it's a done deal. If he's stuck there, he's stuck there. And I'm not gonna go back and check. I'm sorry. Ah! Anyway, gamers, let's go ahead and try to speedrun through these next few things. Actually, give me one moment. I'm so sorry not to keep like. I have a screen. I don't have a screen. I have a screen. I don't have a screen. I have a screen. I don't have screen. Okay, we're back. Are we? Okay, we're back for real. Alright, so thank you for dealing with me and your patience with the 3-minute ad break and finding a frog. For the year that I've been living here officially, I've never had a frog show up on my toilet seat, nonetheless my house. So that's gonna be an adventure for later. Smiley face emoji. For now, the adventure is getting through our last unit. We only have, what was it? 9 more pages and notes left, and a lot of these just might be PowerPoint slides, so we could easily zoom through this, okay? Okay. But yeah, Unit 9, Human Resources. So, this is just talking more about on the hiring aspect. I'm sure you guys are already familiar with your HR department and your own jobs, and if you need any help, you can go out to seek them, blah, 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 blah. I have a love-hate relationship with the HR, because when I had this, I don't know if I ever... If I talked about the story, it must have been years ago. But at my tech job, I actually got bullied. Oh no, bearcat prone to bullying, who knew? But I got bullied by a much older coworker, and I had approached like my manager, or like the rehab director about it, and they're like, oh, but she's been here for like 10 plus years. Like, yeah, I don't give a hecking heck. That lady's rude as all balls to the wall. Like, get her out of here. And I went to Human Resources, but they really just didn't do anything about it. So that was a wacky situation where I was just like, all right, I gotta get my hours here, and I need to like leave immediately. Hey, word of advice, by the way, never tell anyone where you're going when you leave a job. that was also something. Because I know I could talk about this because this is obviously funny, haha, wacky, happened a few years ago at this point. But so once I got my amount of hours, I'm like, well, I need to go take this class anyway, so I need a part-time job instead of a full-time, because I was working as a full-time tech at the hospital. And I was just like, oh, you know, I'll just pick up a local like a fill a chick job at my house. It's fine. And if they hire me, then that I just go from there. Do I take a pay cut? Yeah. Am I happier? Sure, who knows? Do I get free food? Actually, I didn't get free food. I got 50% off food, so boo. No, but anyway. But no, I won't go into that details. But anyway, so I ended up doing that. But I ended up telling one of my coworkers who was a fellow student, and I thought we were gonna keep in longer communication with. So I was like, oh, I'm just heading to do this, to go do a fast food job, and I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna do my gap year. I'm gonna take my class. It's gonna be whatever, and then I'm gonna reapply for PT school. And she's like, oh, okay, cool. So when we used to have these weekly group meetings, one of my coworkers asked where I was going, and I'm like, oh, I don't really want to say. And my friend is like, oh, she's going to a fill a chick, and I'm like, oh gosh darn it. Imagine going from a hospital job to a fast food job. It's a little stinky. It feels like a promotion, the status, but I felt embarrassed at that moment because it sounds awful, but I really could not take working there anymore. And so the human resources really there was nothing that they done, even a separation or schedule change, because we're both full-time, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think the best case scenario would have just been putting us at different shifts, and even if there was a small overlap in the shift, then great. But that lady was such a menace. Oh my goodness. I remember it. I was like, hey, if I'm ever feeling very spiteful or vengeful, if I ever do free surveys, I'm using her phone number. Anyway, let me go on and continue with the human resource stuff, but I'm just looking at this category, looking at the names, oh, gosh darn it. But environmental forces that affect HR management is pretty much the declining reimbursement from the government and private payers. So pretty much we're just not getting money. Low supply of workers, that can definitely affect HR. Increasing population needs, so the demand outsupplying the demand. Oh my gosh, what does it say? The demand increasing, and we're not able to address that demand. Increasing competition among healthcare organizations, and pretty much the external pressure outside of or the external pressures of healthcare organizations for accountability and performances. So these are all environmental forces that are going to affect HR. So boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo to them. What a piece of teamwork. I know that lady needed a lesson in that. I have no idea. But you know what? It made me feel pretty okay. Because at the end of the day, not to be a spiteful hecker, I'm like, wow, lady, you really worked at this job paying you $12 an hour for the past 10 years, and maybe not even that for a tech job? Brother. Brother, this is supposed to be a temporary job for the kiddos who get their hours paid and submitted to grad school. Brother, get out of here. Anyway, I don't even think I was being paid $12. I feel $12 is even too much. Anyway, not the point. Anyway, so define human resource functions that address the employee workforce, such as the job analysis, job description, recruitment, retention, and options for compensation. So here's some stuff where I'm just going to read off the slide, so I do apologize. Smile nod. So human resources is an organization only functions because of the people who make it. The management's going to address the need for putting qualified people who can best fulfill their job role, and the typical staff needed for a therapy department is the leaders, the managers, professional staff or the therapists, skilled support personnel such as the assistants to the therapists, and unskilled support personnel such as office staff. For the workforce planning recruitment, so these things I was talking about earlier, but these things get baby basic levels, ooh, HR needs to help with the job analysis or job description. So basically, if you ever applied for a job on Indeed or whatever, you want to basically get a big idea of what you're signing up for, right? So what happens is that HR helps identify the unique responsibilities and duties and activities specific to every position, and this description is going to clearly state the responsibilities, the duties, and the task of every position within a healthcare organization. There wasn't any information about workforce planning, but I could tell you about recruitment. So recruitment, what they're gonna end up doing is applications, their reference checks, and background checks. I have no idea if anyone does a reference check. When Ryan, not to dox her, but when she was getting a job, they ended up doing a reference check. and ended up calling me. I was like, whoa, brother, first reference check, let's go. Anyway, but the applications is going to be basically determining what your age is, your gender or your race, your social security number, and if there maybe be any convictions. Reference checks are personal reference, former employees, and disclosure requirements need to be stated to be like, hey, I'm allowed to disclose this information about you to this employee. And the background check with criminal history, education, and licensure to make sure that you have the required material to even practice. And limits on credit checks, which I could not tell you why that's important in getting a job, but options for compensations are blank, but I swear in another thing that we'll read right below is that compensations, yeah, well, when we get to it, we'll get to it, but I have no idea. I could not find anything options for conversations or compensations, not in the textbook, not in the PowerPoint, not in the exam review. So I'm like, lady, what do you want from us? Anyway, but I know what a compensation is, so sure. Anyway, so interview. So you can't ask illegal questions, whatever that means. But best practice for interviews is to prepare a list of questions in advance, focus on necessary job skills and competencies, ask all candidates the same question, you can't be biased, take notes but not on their resume, and what you have to do is retain the interview notes and candidate information for 1 year. I know that sounds insane, but apparently people can sue if they feel like they had an unfair interview, so you have to keep it up to a year. You could do behavior-based interviews. You could do past performance, which is going to be the most predictive of future performance. Like, hey, when we did this reference check of your manager that you put on your references, they said you did such a great job, so I hope maybe you continue that great job now, right? Yeah? Yeah. We have STAR, so situation, task, action, result. So they probably put you in a scenario. What would you do if blah 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 blah? And just have you open-ended questions. Open-ended questions are basically questions that can't be opened with yes or no. Open-ended questions are like, how are you? And you can't be like, yes. And it's like, what? Anyway. Negligent hiring. So this is interesting because this is basically saying that the employee fails to take reasonable steps to investigate the employee's background before a new employee is hired. And there's potential liability for hiring a dangerous employee. Employees mandated to investigate the background of all employees, and the background check includes a professional licensure, references, criminal background, etc. And the National Practitioner Database will provide information on each person about their licensure, medical malpractice, and records of clinic privileges. So basically, you might hire someone who might not be even qualified, and that's on your fault because you didn't check everything that you needed to do. So negligent hiring does happen, so just be careful and check off your bases. I saw nothing about onboarding and orientation, but let's talk about retention. So retention is basically how long you work at a workplace. Some people and some jobs have very little retention. I'm pretty sure every job I worked for at least a year minimum, not because of any particular reason. I'm just like, yeah. And I was like, okay, time for a change of pace. But some people change their jobs very frequently. And I'm talking about like 3 months, 6 months. That's not normal, and nor does it look like a good reflection on, you know, on yourself as a person, because when someone hires you, they try to hire you for the long term, you know? I think every year I decided, hey, I'm kind of tired of my pay. And I went somewhere else, or in that case I was just telling you about with the tech job. I'm like, hey, I got my hours and I need to leave now. I don't like you guys. I don't like this specific lady, so sorry. But yeah, retention in the workplace all circles around satisfaction and engagement, the training and development, and productivity and quality based on their job description. Oh, I could tell you a fun story. So one of my more recent jobs, I worked as a barista again at Bucks of Stars, but I didn't work at a regular Bucks of Stars. I worked at a hotel, and the retention rate for that place was absolute dog doo-doo. I kid you not, I had people who I trained the same day. Oh, it's an older lady. Sorry, she's not that old, but like she was much older than I was, and she got hired and I was training her, and I don't even remember what happened. At the end of the day, basically we have to divide our cash tips, and I gave her her end, or her part, and she's like, oh no, just keep it. And I'm like, oh, why? She's like, oh, because you trained me. And it's like, oh, okay, well, thank you so much. See you tomorrow. And she's like, no. I'm like, what? She quit the same day. She's like, actually, this job is not for me. I was like, brother, why did I spend all the time training you? You could have just said it like the first hour. Ah! That's fine. So that was funny, and it just had a low retention rate. I've had people who I wasn't even an official trainer, mind you. It's just because I had prior Bucks of Stars experience, and the people who trained me had like quit shortly after. I knew I should have left the job sooner, but because it was like in a hotel, I was trying to. Okay, this is so messed up. Can I tell you, Cubs? So the hotel benefits at the hotel that won't be named, I was told you have to work there 90 days to get the benefits. So within like the first 2 weeks, I'm like, oh, this job's on fire. But I'm like, oh, I want to do like a little like nice staycation with friends and whatever. And so I ended up doing that like twice within the 90 day, or like after 90 days. And then I put my 2-week notice and I was like, peace out. But turns out HR was like, wait, you get the benefits immediately. You didn't have to wait 90 days. And I'm like, okay. It's fine. It's whatever. It put money on the table. It's fine. I did get paid, but like, it was just very upsetting to be like, oh wait, I worked here longer than I had to because what? It was so like embarrassing. There were so many signs. Like my manager, God bless his heart. My manager, I'm pretty sure, interviewed me, and I could just smell alcohol in his breath. I'm like, oh brother, this is not where I need to be. But I'm like, oh, this job is gonna hire me, and it's really close by to where I live, so I'll just accept it. That same manager he did leave. He like left for Maine or something like that, because I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but they have like seasonal resorts or something like that, and they basically keep him on property, and he gets to live and work there for amount of years, and then he gets like sent like he gets sent back to Bearcat Mountain, you know? It's a very interesting job position, but he randomly came back once randomly to be like, you know, I think maybe it's like a weird flex, you know, when you go back to an old job position to be like, oh, let's see who's still working here. It's like, oh, look, Johnny's still there. Wow. Hey, Johnny, it's been months since I've been here. How are you, buddy? You know? That's basically what he ended up doing. I was like, how are you? And he's like showing me pictures of how good his life is. And I'm like, that's great. I have to go help these customers now. Anyway, but since I only did 4 months at my old job, brother, I don't blame you. There's some jobs that I'm like, ugh. I need to look at my resume what my shortest job is. I think my shortest job was like I got hired as a barista again, and I got like the dream position. I was working at like a building, like an office building, so it was just specific to this small corporation. Maybe there was a lunch rush of like maybe 4 people. That was a lunch rush. And then other than that, I got a chair to sit in a dark corner and study or watch videos. It was the dream job. I think I worked it maybe less than a month, and then March of 2020 happened. I was so pissed. I was like, nah! I finally found a job that like worked in my school schedule and like studying stuff, and I'm just like, oh, great. March 2020 was crazy. It was a very wacky haha moment. I'll never forget, because I worked with some food and whatnot, they had us come back. Oh, I didn't get unemployment. They didn't want us to apply for unemployment, so that's also like I pull my hair out a little bit at a time. But they had us come back a few weeks after, not to work, but they're like, hey, our food is gonna go spoiled, and I want you to keep this because it's better for you to, you know, keep the food, and then whatever. Who screwed you over? My company. But it's okay, because shortly after, in a few months, wait, that was March? In July, I would have moved to wherever I needed to move for my first graduate program, so it's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. Hi, Konya. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome. But I hope you made good money with unemployment. That's my. I feel like I don't know why I'm so nostalgic for the past today, but I'm like, ooh, job history. Maybe because I'm looking at human resource stuff. But yeah, that's so funny. And it was so like messed up because someone had applied for, like, the company's like, don't apply for unemployment. We're trying to work something out with our organization to pay you, blah, 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 blah. And one of the other coworkers got unemployment or something like that. And I'm just like, oh. And they're like, oh, now it's all messed up, and now this person who applied for unemployment. But I'm like, no, save your own butt. Like, I would have applied for unemployment, but I didn't realize how long the process was. No one knew what was happening, at the time. You stole 15K from the government for your unemployment? Brother, you must have been working like a big career job thing. When I got unemployment from one of my other jobs, I got like maybe $100, $200. I was like, I'm gonna die. I'm supposed to live off this? I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh, I'm happy for your 15,000. I hope the government never finds it. Anyway, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh. Anyway, how many? Oh, we only have a few pages anyway. You're getting paid $12 an hour and you got 15. That's crazy. I need to find out your secrets. I gave it right back to him. I invested in some. What big brain? Watch, when I get my big girl career, it's over. I don't know. I'm gonna stop speaking. Anyway, so retention for HR being those human resources to retain someone, your employer, the employee, and you don't end up in those wacky situations that I had just like spoke about. You want to help with the relationships and the engagement, the training and development, compensations and benefits. It's nice to be paid more than $2 an hour. And the benefits, maybe would have been nice to know I could have gotten my hotel stuff at, before 90 days, but it's okay. If there's an employee assistance program, I know some people who work at Donald's and Mick, they get an assistance program for tuition if they work there for a certain amount of time, so that's really cool. Assessing performance, seeing if they're doing good at their job, if they're succeeding, labor relationships, leadership development, and employee suggested program. These are all ways we can help retain an employee. For compensation, we have base pay, and the base pay is typically tied to the knowledge, skills, experience, and basic expectations for a specific skill. That's why people are so picky about, like, oh, I shouldn't pay you this because this is baby work or something like that. It's so stupid. What is the state? It was in Missouri or something like that. They recently raised the minimum wage to $15. So, yeah. So I want to use the example of fast food, but I couldn't think of it. Where people are like, oh, I'm paying you this? Like, I think it's crazy to be paid $15 to flip burgers or something like that. I'm like, sir, we all need a living here. Please. I know it's kind of like, oh, flipping burgers may not take a lot of knowledge, but still the skill, the experience, and the basic expectations of me just having a life. Please. Actually, when I worked at Donald's and Mick, I was never in the kitchen. They sent me as a cashier, and it was always a very interesting experience being able to interact with people. I think in the drive-thru though, you get like the wildest people for whatever reason. I've had people offer me stuff through the drive-thru, which is really crazy. And I've seen some things in the drive-thru where some I wish I had, and some I'm like, oh, okay, that's just Bearcat Mountain. I've seen a goat through the drive-thru. Someone offered me fruit through the drive-thru. I was like, they're like, I just got this from the farmer's market. I'm like, oh, thank you, stranger. I will not be eating your random fruit. Anyway, but yeah, that's your base pay. And the incentive compensation is going to be designed to improve organizational performance by motivating employees to higher levels of achievement. So it's like, ooh, work better, get more money. Benefits in general is defined as compensation provided in other forms than a salary or direct wages, and it's paid for totally or in part by the employee. So think of your pizza parties. No, I'm just kidding. Benefits can be such as a sick leave, vacation, holidays, bereavement leave, health insurance, life insurance. I'm losing my voice. Guys. Flexible health benefits, retirement benefits, FSA, and other. So what is the performance appraisal used for? It's to evaluate an employee's work. Doi! And then I'll read through that list in a moment. Drive-thru fruit, my favorite? Yeah. It's so crazy. It's so wacky. Again, I wish it on everyone that you work at least one fast food, at least I guess in the US. One fast food or one retail job. Mandatory. Mandate. Go. Anyway. Hold on, Cubs. Okay. So, performance appraisal, this is going to be the comparison of the employee's performance with management expectations. Typically involves manager and employee and sometimes peers and customers. And it should be based on specific, clearly communicated performance standards. This is formally done at 3 or 6 months, 12 months, and annually thereafter. So pretty much, when you get a new employee, you want to see how they are in the 3-month mark, 6-month mark, 3, 6, and 12 month, and then you go for your annual thing. I think at Donald's or Mick, yeah, whatever. I think every time we had like a little appraisal, I think I got like a 25-cent raise or something. I was like, whoa, Pog, 25 cents! Ongoing feedback is gonna be no surprise there. It's important to there's always something to improve on. And potential rewards and consequences should be agreed upon in advance. Like if they're not meeting their expectations, let's commit to a plan. And if you're doing something that you're really not supposed to be, well, we might have to... This is the consequence, basically. Sorry, gamer. All my experiences working with a drive-thru was in the liquor store. You got some crazy stories. You know, I think drive-thru liquor stores is such an insane concept. Like, I get it, but I'm also like, I've seen a few. I have not had the joy of going through one. I'm trying to think of the last time I was at a liquor store. I don't even remember. I remember when I had first turned of a legal age of drinking. I had went to the liquor store and I was like, wow, party hard at a con. Brother, I did not party hard at all. Anyway. Spot says, bro, there's one right next to my college campus. They got away without carding for years? Brother, they're just trying to get the money. I don't blame them, but I do blame them because that's not safe. Anyway. So, when it comes to HR and working and having employment and we have to figure out about some of the key federal... What? No! Hi, Rip. I guess I could close these tabs out, huh? Sorry. Hi, Rip. Hi, Raiders. Welcome on in. Welcome. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gal and yan. It's very nice to meet ya. How are your Valorant games, gamer? Oh my goodness. You can't escape HR, not even on Twitch. I'm sorry, gamer. Ignore it. But welcome on in, Rip. I hope you had a super duper good stream and I hope you got a lot of W's. I still don't know the reason why I started playing Valorant, but I assume either a cool character or the battle pass. Well, hi Rip, hi Robo, hi Quincy, hi Gallo, hi Kiariana, hi, welcome, and welcome Raiders. BC, hi, welcome. Kiariana, hi. The key better a hyena? Honestly, what the heck? Rip Tip is being haunted by a frog? I am! What the heck? Not the frog! I don't know how to tell you, but when I went to do my last like little bathroom break, 3-minute ad break stuff, I went to my bathroom because that's where I go, and I was like, what is this brown thing on the toilet seat? And I was just like, is that a turd? Like I wasn't really sure. I'm like, did like baby Peas, my beautiful lovely cat who I love and adore, I'm like, did she like poop on the toilet seat? But no, it's a frog. Here, can I open this? Yeah. What is this guy doing here? Anyway, Rep says they went so well. A new friend joined us and they kicked butt. Let's go. That sounds like you had a great time. Rep said I played it for Arcane and a cool new robot character. Let's go. And Kariana, thank you so much for the 30 bits for the giant frog, even though I'm actually scarred, but it's fine. It's whatever. I literally go to college for HR. I'm so sorry. What I'm studying right now is I don't know how to say it. Like, I'm studying rehab, but I have an administrative management class I have to take, and I have an exam literally in 3 hours. So I'm like, or I guess 2. Let's not say 3. 2 more hours. So I'm trying to go through my notes right now, and admin stuff literally is just like. But come back tomorrow, and I'll talk about Pete stuff. So if you like kids in a very healthy way and aren't interested in some of the interesting kid-specific diagnosis like cerebral palsy and Duchenne muscular dystrophy and what else do kids get? Something. I'll be here tomorrow. Arvo, hey, welcome. Hi, welcome. Big frog. Big blue. Hi, welcome. He's so small. Be nice to him. I wanted to, but I was so scared. Can we talk about your toilet's extended warranty? Brother, I just changed this toilet seat to get the silly bidet thing. It's within its year. It's fine. Anyway. What? I feel like kids in a good way. The stream has so many flags now. Not flags. There's no flags here. But yeah, I'm scared of the frog. I know it doesn't look like it's big, and it's not. It's actually like a baby frog. But I came back to the stream because I didn't... You know, look, listen, Cubs. I have a really bad aversion to like anything that I need to grab. Spiders, I'm okay with. Insects, sure. Lizards, maybe. This frog might attack me by hopping on me, and I will never emotionally or physically recover from that sensation or feeling. So I didn't do anything. So I came back to stream, and they're like, congratulations to your new pet. And I'm like, what? They're like, go grab a cup and get it. And when I mean them, I mean just Monty. And so I'm like, okay, I'll go back. All right. And now I have no idea where it is. So that's a baby Peas and I problem. Either I find it dead because of the environment, or baby Peas finds it. I hope I find this frog, but I do not have a cup to put it in. I don't know what to do. I don't have a plastic cup. I don't know. Just release the tarantulas on it? Yeah, brother, at this point, I think I need to. But I feel so bad. I have no idea where this thing came from. Not that frogs are such a frequent issue. And you know the worst part is that I have not seen frogs in a very long time. Literally Ryan, who I love and adore and who I think might be streaming later, maybe, literally had a whole conversation between the differences between like a frog and a toad, and I was literally cursed because I was coming back from the gym and I see a frog in front of my door and I'm like, that's crazy, she was just talking about this, and now there's a baby one on my toilet seat. I'm like, oh. Anyway, so exam review. Anyway, gamers, raiders, if you have to go, absolutely no hecking worries. Make sure to take care of yourself. Make sure to stand up and stretch, hydrate. You need something super duper duper yummy. Right now I'm doing some cramming for an exam that I have later today because it's admin related. Tomorrow I will be cramming for a pediatric exam, and then Friday we'll be playing some Sonic Adventure. I promise I'm also a gamer. I've been playing a lot of Overwatch, especially now that the classic mode just came out yesterday. Unfortunately, I cannot game because I feel this intense guilt of if I game when I need to study, I will fail my exam. So until the exam is over, I can find no peace. Only on Friday I can find peace. So boohoo, a boohoo. Frogs are so cute. Ichi, hi, welcome. They are cute, but like, no, I don't want to grab it. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to do anything. The same thing, like even like if it's dead, I feel bad for grabbing it. I had experiences where I'm like, oh, there's a dead roach, and I'm like, I still feel like paralyzed to like approach it to like grab it because I can't grab it with a tissue. Even feeling it, that it's in my hand, dies. Can't find Peas. No. It's a shame, actually. Baby Peas, she's my baby cat who I love. We have a little cat cam with her, but has not appeared on my desk today at all. She hates me, so it's whatever. Anyway, we only have like the last few pages. I just want to tell you Cubs about this, so let's go ahead and continue. So the last thing we were talking about in this admin administrative whatever was about human resources, and now we're talking about key federal legislations that affect the human resource management. So we're talking about things that basically allow us to work without being judged. There's some rules and regulations that have been passed, like, hey, you can't be people still can be, but the workforce, you're not allowed to discriminate between race, sex, gender, disability, age. I thought this was crazy, but they were actually discriminating against people who are over the age of 40, and not for anything. I think 40 is still relatively young in the grand scheme of everything and our lifespans that are constantly extending. I'm like, look, listen, I understand maybe like giving a little side eye to someone who's like 70. I'm like, brother, huh? But like, you know, in a relatively intensive career, but like someone who's 40, I'm like, huh? That's crazy. But anyway, let me catch up really quick. Kariana says, I remember the one of our dogs was playing Frog Taxi, carrying them in her mouth to wherever they wanted to go. That's so cute. 40, I'm starting to sweat here. No, don't sweat. This is a age judgment free zone. This was just an example of what I was reading. I was like, wow, that's crazy. 40 is like halfway at most. Yeah, like, why are we judging 40? Like, again, my mama bearcat, I can dox her age. my mama bearcat is at the prime age of 69. She just turned 69 this year, and she's still like picking up work here and there, and I'm like, oh, mama bearcat. But she likes to remain active. Like, she's not a sedentary person or bearcat by any means whatsoever, you know? And I'm like, mama bearcat, just retire, go on a nice vacation, do something. But obviously it's not like that. No, you're good. That was, I built it up. I had the foundation. But yeah, let's quickly run through these really quick. So the National Labor Relations Act, or the NLRA, provided, oh my gosh, that provided for bargaining units and collective bargaining in hospitals and health services. 1964, we had the Civil Rights Act. So this was again about the Age Discrimination and Employee Act, and that prohibited employee discrimination against employees age 40 and older, which again, crazy. I'm sure you guys may have heard of OSHA before, Occupational Safety and Health Act, and this is pretty much an act that was required to maintain a safe workplace, because I felt actually so bad. This is a slight tangent, but I heard someone got in trouble because they were following OSHA regulations, and it was because, I forget what they do, but they need to bring like this giant tube of like water or something to this person's place, and they just didn't have the right tools, so they had to come back another time. And the person's like, but what if you put the tube like directly through my house or something like that? And it's like, you know, temporarily, so you could have the water flow. And it's like, no, that's against OSHA regulations, ma'am. I can't do that. And then the lady was like mad and ended up reporting him to the company. And the company's like, why didn't you do that? It's like, it's against OSHA regulations. And they're like, who cares? And he was like, what? And then he ended up leaving. That was his like unemployment story I heard recently. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I don't recall what COBRA is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think that's the one that she wants us to remember. Hey, there's a Pregnancy Discrimination Act. We can't discriminate against pregnant ladies or pregnant people. But yeah. We love OSHA! Yeah, we love OSHA! Good old OSHA! Looks like your 30-hour OSHA that needs to be completed. Brother, get your OSHA completed. There's the Whistleblower Protector Act in 1989 that protected employees who reported employer misconduct or wrongdoing to the federal government to be protected. Teehee. Sounds like a company needs an anonymous OSHA tip-off. Teehee. Yeah, honestly. Teehee. Let's we kind of have these things for a reason. Why are we ignoring them now? Teehee. Anyway. We have the ADA Act, which is the, oh my gosh, what, it's with disability. Why can't I not recall? Hold on, we're looking it up. I feel like embarrassed. Americans with Disability Act. Yes, I'm like, why am I not remembering what it stands for? Which gave people with physical and mental disabilities access to public services and required employees to provide reasonable accommodations for application employees. This is so important because there's some people who, unfortunately, whether it's how do you call it, they were born with it or it's a condition they later attained in life, that still want to remain active in the workforce, but they're not able due to their disabilities. Like let's say carpal tunnel syndrome. Sometimes that could get really extreme. I'm sure most of you gamers are familiar with CTS or carpal tunnel syndrome. It's kind of the tingling that you have at your wrist and it kind of goes up your arms. A lot of people say it's from a lot of gaming or a lot of mouse usage, a lot of typing, a lot of writing. Don't remind me of a carpal tunnel, sorry! But there's some people who have like extreme cases and that they're not able to use their hands anymore, not because of carpal tunnel, but in addition to carpal tunnel, have other conditions. So like, what can I do that like work? And unfortunately, for a lot of these sedentary jobs, because for a lot of people who are like disabled, in my experience, it seems to be like a standing endurance issue, but they can still use their hands and whatever. As long as you're able to use your hands, you could do like a sedentary job. But as soon as you lose your ability to use your hands, it's very difficult to maintain employment. So it's very, yeah. Thanks, hi, welcome. Don't forget the accident videos made to traumatize people into wearing these safety gear. Brother, if trauma is the way to go to maintain safety, sure. I'm not gonna lie, I'm curious, but I'm also not. Oh my goodness. Safety regulations are written in blood. they're the way they are because people did otherwise. Yeah, which is so scary. Oracle, thank you so much for politely lurking. And hey, welcome! Bearcat hug to you. Welcome, Galmer! Oh boy, love carpal tunnel. Oh boy, not me. Hold on, gamers. It's... You know when it hits 5 o'clock on the East Coast and it's dark? And you're on a little light. I get a little stretch. Ooh, nice. Alright. Let's continue on. We have HIPAA. HIPAA is very important. It's the Health Insurance Portability Accountability Act. This was in 2003, so this protects employees from outside access to their personal health information. So it's really crazy to think that anyone could have just asked for your information prior to 2003. It's kind of like, oh, I'm the wife of this guy. I'm just pretending. Can you tell me what's wrong with him? Or, ooh, celebrity Justin Timberlake is in the hospital. Why? And I'm gonna look at his records. HIPAA's to protect from all of that and making sure that your information is safe and it's only within the people that you want it to share with, or obviously your healthcare providers. Also, in addition to not snooping around, HIPAA is supposed to make things like more discreet. You can't be like, ooh, insert patient first and last name and room A is over there with, I don't know, terrible irritable bowel syndrome. Like, you have to be like, oh, patient room A, and then you have to be more discreet about it. That's what HIPAA is about. But I think it's just crazy that's still like, I mean, now it's past the 20-year mark, but it's just crazy that anyone could have been like, yeah, what's wrong with that guy? And then we had the 2010 with the Patient Protection and Affordability Care Act, which enacted various health insurances reforms, which includes employee cover, prohibited denial of coverage and claims for pre-existing conditions, and extended health insurance opportunities for children of employees who are dependent up to the age of 6. I'm not going to get political by any means, but there was on my feed about people who are like, hey, I hate Obamacare. I like the Affordability Care Act better. And it's like, oh, brother, do you not realize that they're the same thing? you voted against Obamacare, and you're using Affordability Care Act when they're the same thing? Oh, brother. But the Affordability Care Act is very neat in this way for opening more access to people who had especially pre-existing conditions, you know? Very funny, very wacky, very haha. Anyway, here's some of the acts. Really, I think the only acts I need to know is the National Labor Relationship one, the Civil Rights Act, the AIDS Discrimination one, etc., etc. Is it literally just a rename? Okay, I say this in the most political way. There's a certain group of people who don't like Obama. And so when people make that association of like, oh, Obama, I don't like that guy. That's why they put the name to that. It's basically Obamacare bad, ACA good. But they're both the same thing, so I don't know. It is just a rename, but it's just, you know, to make it sound worse, which is so unfortunate, you know. But it's whatever. I look away and I look at my notes again. So, it makes sense if it gets people to use it, right? Anyway, so the exempt positions and non-exempt positions. So in addition to the federal key legislations, I need to know the difference between white-collar positions and blue-collar positions. And I feel like we hear the word blue-collar positions a lot. I think this is my first time in a while hearing what is a white-collar position. So a white-collar position is right here and it's considered the exempt position. So this can be like executive, administrative, professional, outside sales, and computer science stuff. And this job title does not determine the exempt status, but these are people who are paid like a salary of at least $455 weekly, and they meet, of course, other job duties. They're not just given this number and money and be like, good luck, you know? But these are considered white-collar positions, so think anyone who has a salary, basically. But non-exempt, these are our blue-collar jobs, and they don't meet the exemption test from above. They're paid on an hourly rate, and they must be paid at least the federal minimum wage, which varies from state to state as in the US. Overtime pay of at least 1.5 times the regularly hour paid, and again, considered blue collar. Being exempt sometimes sucks. That's gonna be me like 2 years from now. I'm gonna be like, what do you mean? But yeah. Oh, here's the ones I need to know. Sorry, let's just repeat it just so I said I repeated it, okay? So NLRA is the National Labor's Relationship Act, a federal law that protects employees' rights to form unions, engage in collective bargaining, and participate in other group activities for mutual benefit. Civil Rights Act of 1964 is again a landmark law that prohibits discriminations based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin in the employment and other areas. OSHA, Occupation Safety and Health Act, establishes standards to ensure safe and healthy working conditions for employees by setting and enforcing workplace safety standards. And ADAE, Age Discrimination Employee Act, which again, you cannot discriminate against a person over the age of 40 plus. I have no idea what these are, so I'm going to politely do this. Yay! So for employee retention, we talked about that already. As an employee, what might you do if I want to give you an extrinsic award? So you might, if someone's being a good employee, you might give them a promotion, a pay increase, or a one-time bonus. And then the last thing is just differentiate between therapist, assistant, and aide. And I guess this is like a cute, curious thing I could tell you, Cubs, I guess. And then after that, we're done. We're free from this! Yeah! And then I still decide if I go to the gym or not. Anyway, so, if you're a PT, basically, you need to be licensed with your doctorates in at least the United States. PTA, this is going to be someone who has like an associate's degree, who is licensed to work under the supervision of a PT, someone who has their doctorate of physical therapy. And a physical therapy aide receives on-the-job training. That was me. Assists with non-clinical tasks. That was not me. I feel like we committed a little wacky stuff. And are not licensed to perform direct patient care. So yay! We're done. We're done. We finished all. We'll finish all 51 pages of notes. Cubs, thank you so much for letting me read to you, and thank you so much for all your smiles and your noddings, because I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs, I think if I didn't read this, I think my eyes would have kept skimming through it, and I would have been like, this sucks. So let's go ahead and let me switch over to over here really quick. Hold on. I'm taking us to our room. Where will I be though? I don't know actually. Hello? Oh, I am exposed. Here, I could just be a big head. No, wait. Alright, gamers, scalmers, let me go ahead and clear out some stuff. I actually needed my main that same window, so I was being a little lazy. But yeah, thank you for sharing. You're gonna ace this, I hope. I have no fear of failing it, but at the same time, I'm like, you know when you need something to be over? I just need this to be over. But yeah, I love a little bit of freedom. Freedom! Oh, let me see. You know what? I'm having like the hardest, like, well, maybe I'm not actually. I'm debating about who I want to raid today. Is that silly? Is that bad? Thank you for the headband. Thank you. I had 2 people up. I had 3, but then Rip raided into me. Boo! Rip! No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Rip, for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hack, thank you so much, Gamer, for the hydrate. Hold on, my water bottle's on the floor. Ceases from existence. You'll get through it? That's what I'm hoping. But big whoa! Thank you for letting us distract you. Thank you! Thank you for the freedom and the yippies and the woohoo and the cheers. Thank you! Wishing you best luck. Thank you, Rip. Cubs, okay. I'm debating between 2 people right now. But I feel like I should raid into one particular person because I don't think I've ever I don't think I've ever seen them in a very long time. Do you guys remember Mooski? I have not seen them in a really long time. It looks like they went off the face of the earth too. That's why I'm just so curious. But I'll go ahead and make a little poll, and I actually would love to hear your Cubs' opinions. So there's also 20 Bunny who raids from time to time. So I'm like, oh, I can raid back into them, and they're playing Fields of Mystria. I can't type Fields of Mystria. I can't Fields. maybe if I put it together, Mystery. No, it's still Mystria. And we have Musuki who's playing Overwatch 2. Of course I could like abbreviate that. Boom, boom. Sorry, I just need the confirmation of like, ooh, return the favor. There's actually some Cubs over at Muski's. So I eyed over. I was like, oh yes, quite. Anyway, thank you Rika for joining and being here. I do apologize that today was a little like what, but I still had a lot of fun. And honestly, again, thank you for letting me not glaze over my notes and making me read it, being like, what did this say, and trying to force myself to understand it. So now I have a better understanding. Tee. So we're gonna go ahead and politely find someone to raid with that, but I'm gonna go ahead and politely chill. Tomorrow I'll be back, by the way, with a similar thing, but I'll sound more confident in what I'm speaking to and speaking with, so look forward to that. Okay, thank you Conhan, thank you for being here. Good luck on your test. Thank you Gamer, and hi Heck. I never said hi officially, but thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it. And Astra, thank you for coming on in. Welcome. Thanks for learning. Thanks for learning. Yes, of course. Thank you for hearing me out. Sometimes I know it's like nice to have something in the background, so I'm just like brain off. The frog arc was the cherry on top. I wonder if Ryan ever replied to that. She didn't reply. When I find the frog, I'll let you cubs know, okay? And thanks for stream. Thank you, gamers, for being here. Best of luck on the exam. Thank you. And second, hi, welcome. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. All right, let's go ahead and chill. Discord. It's the official Cub Club tonight. No, not tonight. Thursday night, which is tomorrow. We're watching the latest episodes of Dan Da Dan and Apothecary Diaries. So if you want to join on in, you are more than welcome to at 8:30 p.m. EST every Thursday until Dan Da Dan finishes. I'm sorry, I'm not speaking English anymore. But yeah, I also ping when I go live, and you might casually catch me gaming. I want a Cub Club 6v6. Not 6v6, or just I want a 6-stack of classic Overwatch gamers. I'm recruiting you. Yes, you hear me. So we could play Overwatch or something. Gosh darn it. I would really like to do that. I got inspired by Girl DM when she had like a full 6-stack. I'm like, gosh darn it. But yeah, watch out for the skeletons. Brother, the one in me is already giving me such a hassle, so I'll do my best to watch them. But yeah, you got this. Thank you. Feel free to check out the Twitter. I have my schedule pinned up on Twitter. I also have it posted on Blue Sky, so tomorrow we'll be back with pediatric lecture around 1 p.m. EST. And if I could do a little bit earlier, like if I get out of work earlier, I will stream earlier. And if I don't get out of work earlier, I'll stream when I can. Ooh. But I'll be back Friday at 12 p.m. EST for Sonic Adventure 2. So if you like seeing a poor girl die relatively frequently, I got you. It's like, Tippa, but Sonic Adventure, it's a pretty easy game. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. But we're starting the dark mode, so look forward to it. It'll be fun, yeah. Hi, Nigel, hi, welcome. Alright, but then the weekend I'm gone. But next week should be better. Next week we'll be gaming more. Of course, we're still gonna do our Monday Pomodoros, but we'll probably implement some new games. I feel like I had a list earlier, but I definitely don't remember. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab a raid message. If you're not subscribed, absolutely no hacking words. Feel free to do the Gal raid with the berry emojis. And if you are subscribed, thank you so much for your support as always. Please feel free to use the Tippa Gal with the Gal raid, okay? Okay. It looks like we got a pretty good chunk for we got a clear winner. Mitsuki, as I said, was playing Fortnite earlier and then was playing Overwatch. This girl is after my heart, but she's playing Overwatch Classic right now, and I haven't seen her stream in a while. I said 2 cups were over there, and I love politely ruining their immersion. So let's do our best. But yeah, hopefully I get to see you cups tomorrow or Friday, but if I don't get to see you, please have a good rest of your week and a better weekend. And until next time, okay? Okay. It looks like we actually just timed this out perfectly, so let's go. Yeah, I think we timed out perfectly. Yeah, okay, they just finished their game, so we're gonna go ahead and raid into them. Alright, Cubs, please have a good one. Lots of love, all that good stuff, and I see you later. Bye. 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 Oh.